Mic check, mic check. All right. Good morning. All right. So Zscaler had earnings last night and it got trounced. Another reason why selling iron condors right now is pretty risky. These moves have been incredible. I sold 20 deltas, not thinking that we'd get down there. I was hoping that we would hold this trend. For whatever reason, they dropped this down below the 50-day right now. You can see it right over here. Okay, pre-market we're at 140, basically 142. 50 days right here at 145. That's a big drop. All right, so I have puts as a hedge. Thankfully, I have twice as many puts as I have calls. So that's going to be a nice, I guess, well, I want to say a nice profit because it comes at the expense of the calls, but the calls have time, so that's good. I'm talking about Zscaler. Zscaler earnings were out of out of the orbit here. 10,900% earnings growth, 25% revenue growth. I mean, its nearest competitor, Palo Alto, is actually a negative. Okay, Palo Alto Networks. Okay, Palo Alto, you can see is a negative number on earnings growth. Yet, if you look at the two of them, okay, here's Zscaler before dropping below the 50-day, and here is Palo Alto. So make sense of this. Here's Palo Alto, CrowdStrike, CRWD. I saw something mentioned about CRWX, is it? No, CRWZ. CrowdStrike, what was it? Let me just check here real quick. It was CRWV. CRWV. All right, so get CoreWeave. CoreWeave. All right, so different here. 5,000 of the August 120 calls at 1430 offer CoreWeave. Let's look at CoreWeave. CRWV. Okay, CoreWeave, that's sitting right above the 50-day. You can see that over there on the right. Okay. 50 days at 102 and pre-market at 105.85. All right. Hope everyone had a good evening. Microsoft is lower. I'll tell you what, Microsoft keeps it up. I'm losing my patience with Microsoft. Okay, just sitting here. Microsoft is lower pre-market. Okay, Microsoft. What's the expression? Fish or cut bait? I don't fish, so never been much of a fisherman or a hunter. I mean, common sense, what you'd need to do if the zombies come and the world comes to an end. But yeah, what's Vinny talking about? Fishing or cutting bait? Microsoft is still inside this consolidation. It's been doing this for weeks now, and it's really getting on my nerves. Okay, IWM. Okay, I did buy some IWM again yesterday. I added to it, but I used a different strike. I used the 29300s, and we are currently at 291.50 IWM. What do we got? We got 7 minutes to go. 7 minutes to go. Actually, 6 minutes and 10 seconds to go. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Wednesday, May 27th. I hope everyone had a good evening. All right. Let's see. ServiceNow. Is that moving higher? ServiceNow? Nope. Snowflake was higher yesterday. In the lower part of yesterday's range over there on the right, Snowflake. Okay, good. The thing that you need to point out, I should say, is all the positive gamma. All right, look at all the positive gamma. That's beautiful. Okay, you got immediate support right where we're going to open. It looks like 75, 75.30. It's a 96 percentile, was 97 percentile. So I don't know how they're able to trade this. I mean, institutions can do whatever. That was about 97 percentile. You can see right there that wick, right? The wick. That's what was there 60 minutes ago. It was 1.1 billion. It says it's still at 1.1 billion. So I'm not sure if this is correct. What's delineating? All right, that's 0 day. Non-0 day. Okay, we got a 98.97 percentile right there, right where we are. So we're looking for a bounce right at the open. Okay. This is non-0 day. Okay. So toggle list to 0 day. 0 day has been running the markets, for over a year now. So just keep in mind all of this purple. All that purple is telling you what to anticipate. Stable market, dealers will buy the dip and sell the rip. So, Vinny, why do they buy the dip and sell the rip? Okay, so think about it. You're buying a put, right? Or you're buying a call right here at 75.30. So the dealer has to hedge that. I mean, it's pretty simple, and people make it so complicated, but it's very simple. You got the market makers and dealers. They're buying or selling options to you. They have to hedge. How do they hedge? Well, when the markets are full of positive gamma, they buy the dip. And it's the opposite for when, you get a lot of negative gamma, markets move lower. What do dealers do? They sell futures to hedge themselves. Okay, because you're long a put, they're short that put as price action moves lower, they're losing money. So they sell futures and they're making money. Or they're hedging, I should say. Anyway, so right now, just concentrate on the fact that it's purple, positive gamma. That shows up in Hero, where you have the orange line rising and the blue line rising. When those both are rising, it's telling you that's positive gamma. Blue line rising, that's puts being sold. That creates support below. All right, you sell puts below when you don't think the prices are going to drop down below wherever you sold, right? So dealer hedging will be supportive. Okay, Meta starting to bounce a little bit. Meta, I don't know. Between Meta and Microsoft, they're really annoying. Just wish they would just get going and bounce. All right, Nvidia's off a little bit right here. Intel's been diddling with the 124, 125 level pre-market Intel. ARM Holdings, Micron. Micron hit the $1 trillion club yesterday. Micron. $1 trillion club here. Micron. We've got 1 minute, 50 seconds to go. 1 minute, 50 seconds to go. Okay, what's Mondo posting here? Iron. Okay. So if you haven't been paying attention, the miners, Bitcoin miners, and other companies like Iron, they've been getting into creating energy for these data centers. There's a lot of them changing what they do. There's a lot of change out there. I can't go over all of it right this minute, but a lot of companies are changing to the environment. Like you've got Baker Hughes, which was totally an energy company, now getting into selling turbines. Well, not correctly, but selling energy producing generators. Baker Hughes. There's a lot of companies like that out there that are changing for the environment. For us, it's catching when these starts to happen. One thing I wanted to point out is Nike. I don't know if you guys took Nike when we did a couple of weeks ago, but Nike is up big here this morning. Nike's up big. Nike continuation. All right, we're about to open here. Make sure that the volume is on here. Opening bell, 10 seconds away. Okay, so all right, so okay, what I'm going to take IWM, need to take some IWM off here. IWM, IBIT, Tesla. Tesla's with the pop, Netflix, Nike on the move here. Nike. All right, there goes Nike. Gapping up. It's at the 50-day. Probably gets rejected. First attempt to get above the 50-day. I wish okay, there goes Meta. Meta needs to get above the 50-day as well. Meta, 50 days over there on the right. Okay. Bitcoin's been off, by the way. Zscaler, I'm going to need to take those puts off while I'm thinking about it. Puts. Ooh, those are up a lot. Create a closing order. Sell 20 puts. Okay. All right, I'm out of the puts. Zscaler puts. Oh, that was a nice little profit there. I hate taking a profit on a hedge, but that's what they're for. You buy insurance for your car, you don't want to use it. A guy outside celebrating a crash in his car so they can collect on his insurance. That never works out, right? I know how Mondo loves insurance. All right, so we got Nokia, a little fade there. CRM following through again today. There goes Apple. Apple is up. Apple, okay, breaking back up to the upside. Apple. Supermicro. Supermicro, we bought some Supermicro yesterday. Okay, following through. Supermicro gapping up. I'm going to take some profits here. Supermicro. Let me take 10 of these off. I'll sell half. Okay, 45.55. We got a ways to go here. What should we do? Supermicro looks pretty strong. What's up with Supermicro? Will it have a multi-day run? Okay. Okay, maybe this will be a winner. All right, I'll sell half of these. Sell half, and maybe this keeps going. Okay, I'll sell 10 of these calls and keep 10. Supermicro. That's a nice profit. $100 per contract. That's a nice way to start the day. Okay, let me sell 10 of these. All right. All right, sold 10 of those. First 15 minutes, all I'm doing is taking profits off the table most of the time, reassessing the markets, looking for a trend after 9:45 to 10 o'clock. NVIDIA is moving lower, so that's not working. NVIDIA is still basing. Nike on the move. Nike looks good. Check out Nike. Nike looking really nice here. Nike. Okay, it's at the 50-day. What's the news with Nike? Anything? Okay, they got a dividend coming up. Speaking of Nike and Jordan, Last Dance, I've watched it like 3 or 4 times now. Last Dance with Michael Jordan, Pippen, Rodman, and the crew. Really great series on Netflix. But Netflix has to reinvent itself. I'm not sure who they're using now, but anyway, Nike looks good. It's trying to cruise through the 50-day right now. Here goes Apple. Apple's still going. Apple. Supermicro's up a lot. Might have to take more of this off here. Tesla. Okay, let me see. Tesla. Okay, I'm right at maximum profit, 440, 445. I got to roll these out or do something. Tesla. Do I want to roll these out? Tesla? Yeah, you know what? I'm going to roll them out. I'll take half off and roll half. Rolling a trade. Tesla. Let me just look at Tesla. This is more of a surrogate for the SpaceX IPO. I want to trade it into the IPO and sell it into the IPO, right? I don't know that I'm going to hold on to Tesla past the IPO. The whole strategy was to use it as a surrogate for the IPO for SpaceX. And let me just roll this out. Okay, let me go to August. And I'm going to go to the, 455. 455. 460. Okay, so 455. What is that? 455. What delta is that? That is a August. Okay, it's chopping around right now for Tesla. Let me just look at this here. 455 is a 52 delta. All right, so I can do that. 455, 460. All right. If I can get filled here. Oh, there goes Tesla. There it goes. Shoot. All right, let me cancel this. I'm just going to go ahead and take profits. I'm right at my maximum profit right now. Okay, Tesla, 445. 445 is max profit. Okay, I'm going to close these and I will re-enter. Okay, that's an easier way to do it. Okay, Netflix is popping, Apple popped. There goes Meta. Okay, I'm just looking at Tesla. Okay, so Nike is pushing through the 50-day. Pretty aggressive price action on Nike's part. Okay. Mondo's taking puts on Tesla. Gets above the 50, above the 200-day. NVIDIA a little bit lower. Netflix trying to push higher. Let's see what Netflix is doing. Netflix on the move. Okay, we had an outside day over a week ago, Monday. And now we've got some nice action building here. Okay, Adobe is up. CRM is up. Nike is up. SoFi is up. SoFi looking good. SoFi, that was one that Grover had mentioned. BlackRock having a very large position in SoFi. If you look at SoFi on a daily, you can see it's a double bottom, a base in SoFi. Okay, so what we did was I bought 2028. What was it? The 20 call for 2028. All right, so we're looking for it to come out of this base and start heading in that direction. I got plenty of time. MACD's crossed, stochastics rising. So you're at the low, And BlackRock has a very, very large position. Okay, Intel pulling back. So what are they thinking? I don't know, but I'm going to hold on to these 20 calls. Microsoft, Apple. All right, very choppy price action. Let's look at the New York FANG real quick. And then we'll look at Breath and the junk bonds. Okay, New York FANG index. Okay, higher again today. A little selling at the high of the day to start. Okay, little selling. Okay, Tesla with a little pullback there. Okay, watch your 1 minute chart. Okay, watch your 1 minute chart on these. Apple following through. Okay, so it looks like that wants to go. Apple. What is that? All right, so again with the tech, it's a pretty good mix of stocks that are up this morning. Seagate Technologies that bounced, a little profit taking. AppLovin that was active yesterday. AppLovin following through. Charter Communications. Okay, it was all chips yesterday. Micron, what are you doing, Micron? Where's Micron? Bitcoin is down. Bitcoin is down. Okay, Micron is off. Micron's fading from yesterday's move to the upside. Tesla trying to exit these calls for a nice profit. Supermicro. Okay, Supermicro. Let me see. SMCI. People taking profits. Supermicro. Taiwan Semiconductor. That was one that David mentioned yesterday. That looks good, David. Thank you. 420. All right, I'm at max profit right now. I got the 420, 425 calls. That was mentioned by David yesterday. I didn't post that. 420, 425. Okay, 420, 425s. I'm out. Okay, David's buying calls on Microsoft. Okay. Figures a day I'm going to start to lose patience on Microsoft that's going to get bought by Joe. Okay, oversold conditions on Microsoft. All right. What are you buying there? You're buying the May 27th calls. That's today. Okay, so 0 day. Okay, you're looking for a bounce in 0 day? Okay, cool. Now, this is a setup that I would approve of as well. Oversold stochastics rising. Okay, Microsoft looking for the follow through. Futures pulling back a little bit. Let's go check out. Remember Positive Gamma. Okay, so don't forget Positive Gamma is running the markets right now. Okay, Positive Gamma get a little red there towards the end of the day. We're slipping below first support 75.30. Next level 75.15. Let's go look at non-0 day. Okay, so there's a big level right here at 74.75. That's 99 percentile non-0 day. There goes Netflix. Netflix on the move. Netflix still going here. There goes Netflix. Netflix. All right, so Netflix, maybe we'll get an outside day today. CRML, the metals. Those dropped off. Supermicro. Okay, going down the list, the NASDAQ 100. Kraft Heinz. Moving through the 200-day. Kraft Heinz consumer staple. Kraft Heinz. Okay. Let's take a look at breath. First, let's look at the S&P. S&P up there at the highs. Okay. Breath. Okay, yesterday we had a little hook down on the S&P 500. Okay, S&P. Mid caps, small caps are on the move, and NASDAQ. Everything's pointing up for now. Let's look at the equal weight. Remember, purple, positive gamma. So we should see dips getting bought. Number of stocks above the 20-day, ripping from 38% all the way back to 66%. That only happens when you get institutions to buy actively. You can see the equal weight index is breaking out of a cup and handle pattern. Okay, the depth of the cup, generally thought of as the measured move. So take the depth of this cup. It's approximately 700 points. Add it to this, let's say 9,000. So I got another 5,500 to go. Okay, that's removing the weight of these stocks on the left. So that's very important because it's telling you, even though the New York FANG index is not moving that much, it's still, the markets are looking really good, and Breath is agreeing. So we should buy dips like Microsoft, buy the dip in Microsoft. That's basically what it's saying. What else? Junk bonds. Junk. Okay, neutral to bullish. It's moving higher. Did gap up, a little fade there. So neutral to bullish. Need to get above the 200-day overhead. Let's look at the 10-year yield. This will be good for 10-year yield lower, will be good for IWM. Okay, so 10 years losing the 21-day. We talked about this over the last couple of days, trading days, that if this continued to lose, the 9 EMA, the 21-day, the 50-day is next. This is really good for IWM, okay, and for tech. Okay, futures are trying to bounce a little bit here. 60-minute candle is pretty bearish looking, but we know we got positive gamma, so just keep telling ourselves that. There goes Kraft Heinz on the move. Kraft Heinz, KHC, ripping higher. Kraft Heinz, ripping higher. Tesla moving a bit lower. Okay, Netflix still pushing, Apple still pushing. Okay, Apple, I got 315, 320 calls. What's going on here? All right, so it looks like Trace isn't working again. Have to go to Hero. Okay, so calls, they sold calls, they bought puts, so that's negative gamma right now. Immediate, over the last few minutes. But overall, we've got a pretty positive gamma environment. Looking for dips to get bought. KHC, Netflix, Apple. The overall market looks really good. S&P 500 breadth looks good. Tick cumulative is green. We don't have any high ticks or anything today. We're just oscillating plus or minus 150. All right, so tick plus or minus 150. All right, QFIN looking good. All right, QFIN. Thank you. All right, that's up at the high. QFIN. Look for that to pull back a little bit. QFIN, if you're thinking about these fintech stocks, QFIN. That might get going there. QFIN. Mm-hmm. Apple at the high. Apple's up at the high. Futures pulling back a bit. All right, so a little choppy this morning. Microsoft dropping off again. Intel dropped a bit back to the 9 EMA, looking for a bounce. ARM Holdings, same thing. All right, it's been up for the last 5 trading days. ARM Holdings, Meta, trying to build over the last 5 trading days, bullish candles. Microsoft, yeah, we just talked about. Oracle, big drop there on Oracle, starting to come back. Oracle. Okay, what are these optical stocks? AAOI with a nice bounce just below the 21-day. Buyers stepping up. AAOI, LITE, and GLW. Corning. Okay, these dipping a little bit today. Okay, let's go see what's actually moving on the markets right now. Okay, what's moving the markets? BBWI, Abercrombie and Fitch. That's A&F, right? Abercrombie. Yeah, Abercrombie coming off the low. Let's look at retail. XRT. Retail has a bid. Retail bid. All right, so let's see. What is Walmart doing? Walmart, we wanted to buy some Walmart. It's still basing. Walmart, Target. Target looks okay. TGT. Nike. What else? Ross Stores. That's okay. TJ Maxx. Following through. TJX. What about Costco? Costco. Went to Costco last night. Pretty busy. Looking for a bounce at the 50-day. Let's see. What's American Eagle? What's American Eagle? AEO. Okay, American Eagle. AEO. AEO. Okay, so retail is bid. You saw Nike this morning. Nike blasting higher. Okay, CRML. That some shorts in there. Shorts are covering CRML. Mm-hmm. Okay, AEO. All of these look good. Target, Target. Looks pretty good, huh? Target. Let me take a look at Target earnings. TGT. Okay, Target earnings. They beat expectations. For a retailer, 31% earnings growth. Not too shabby. Really, not too shabby. Target. Maybe something on Target, right? It's a little shallow cup, I guess. 50-day is trending. Let's look at the weekly. Okay, Target weekly. Yeah, it's above the 10 EMA. It's been above the 10 EMA since late 25. All of this year, it's been staying above the 20 EMA. That's pretty good. Remember when it was trading in the 80s, low 80s? I do. Took forever. But it's finally trending. Target's trending. All right, Apple's up. All right, Tesla. Mondo made some money on Tesla on the downside. Okay. I got July calls. Looking to exit those July calls, roll them out, do whatever. Tesla. Did I buy any GLW yesterday? I was thinking about it. GLW, did I buy? Yes, I did. Okay, cool. GLW was down a little bit today. Looking for those optical connector companies like Corning, AAOI, and LITE, Lumentum, to continue trending. Picks and shovels of the data center build out, because the chips themselves are not doing that great. NVIDIA is still down here. Okay, hasn't started the base yet. It just keeps fading back into the range, well, the top of the range of that 11-month base that we broke out of 2 weeks ago prior to earnings. Go figure. There goes Apple. Apple's on the move. Apple going. Apple tried to shake us out yesterday. Tried to shake. I didn't budge. Apple. Now it's going. Okay, Apple's going. There goes Apple. There we go. Apple's moving. $400 price target from Wedbush. Wedbush. $400 price target. Okay, there goes Apple. Okay, so I got 315s. That's max profit. Let's see, 315s. Let me see what these look like. 315, 320. Max profit's 320. All right, so 315, 320. 320's got a ways to go here. July. I have the July, Apple July. All right, Adobe. Apple. 315, 320. July. Okay, ARM holding still fading. Apple's on the move here, looking good. There goes Apple moving. Okay, Apple on the move. All right, futures turning back up. Okay, futures looking good. Okay, IWM. Let's see, IWM. IWM. All right, so dip buyers on IWM. IWM dip buyers. Okay, nice little bounce. I got 29300s on those. Looking for that to continue. Microsoft's not cooperating. All right, S&P rising. We got positive gamma. Okay, let's see if Trace is working now. Positive gamma. Okay, this is non-zero day. 0 day. Okay, we got support way down here at 74.75. That's a 98.5 percentile. We got hedge flows turning up. Hedge flows are turning up. Okay, hedge flows look good. Back to Apple. Okay, low flag now. Looks good, Apple. If you're just joining us, I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com, 10 o'clock. Straight up 10 o'clock, Wednesday, May the 27th. Gonna mute you for a second. All right, there goes Apple. Continuation, looking good, Apple. Netflix with a little dip. There goes Google. Google now. Google back above the 21 day. Google. There goes the futures. Okay. Google on the move. Google, nice little move here. Okay, Google back above the 21 day. The Pelosi's have a big position in Google as well. Amazon, let's see what Amazon is doing. Amazon, nice reversal, pushing back up. Yesterday's high of the day right there, noted. Amazon also looking good. If you look at the daily over there on the right, looks like it's going to break above those pivot highs. There we go. Starting to move. Google, Amazon. Okay, Tesla reversing. Moving on up. Amazon, Google, Meta, Snowflake. All right, looking a lot better here. Let's look at the New York Fangs. New York Fang Index. Okay, a good barometer. Good barometer of what's going on in the markets. You got most of the New York Fangs moving higher. Why does that matter, Vinny? Well, if you look at this and then you cross-reference the S&P Equal Weight Index, what is the S&P Equal Weight Index doing? It's breaking out. It is breaking out. So there you go. S&P Equal Weight, removing the weight of these stocks, is breaking out. So what happens when they both work together? It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. You can ride these. And we know, on top of everything, what do we know? Positive gamma. So we know these dips are going to get bought. So next best thing to having a guarantee, which obviously in the market you never have a guarantee, but next best thing is to understand the key word, understand what are dealers actually going to do. You know, most people will tell you that price action is a random walk most of the time. You know, we might think we know what's going to happen with a stock within a certain percentage of a move. You know, we can watch trends. I mean, look at Oracle, for example. Oracle, we're long Oracle for the long term, but it just can't get out of its own way right now. Same thing with Microsoft. We figure it's going to continue to move higher at some point, but this randomness is like making people impatient, especially myself. We got S&P moving higher, but we know what dealers are doing. The dip is getting bought, and we're starting to see some follow through. A lot of these stocks are getting bought. So I got a feeling the street, the average Joe out there is like, what the hell? I just sold yesterday. Amazon was down, trading near 262, right? Why did I sell my Amazon at 262? Here it is at 269, 8 points higher, 270. Why'd I do that? So, understanding, I mean, one of the things you can do is understand what dealers are going to have to do to hedge. So that's enough. I'll get off my soapbox now. Apple also looking good. Apple following through. Nice little bounce. Apple, Amazon, Google looks good. I like Google. I like the Google look here. Google. Mhm. Oracle, Apple, Google, Meta, Snowflake. Let's see what Snowflake is doing. Snowflake was up yesterday. All right, a bullish engulfing would be nice today. I don't think it's going to happen, but looks good. Snowflake. What's Supermicro doing? Supermicro. Okay, a little dip starting to buyers stepping up at the low of the day. Supermicro. Okay, AppLovin, Micron recovering a little bit. Micron, a little bit of a recovery here, right? Micron. What's Pony doing? Pony was one that Mondo mentioned yesterday. Okay, off the highs of the day. RXT, Rackspace, trying to push up into this range. Rackspace, we're looking for that to be back up here at $7 soon. Apple consolidating at the highs. Apple, Amazon looking good. Amazon, we'll watch Amazon for a minute. Amazon. All right, there goes the futures. Amazon at the high. Let me see what I want to do with Amazon. What do I have here? Amazon wise. Bought that yesterday, right? I got back in on yesterday. 265, 275. All right, we got a ways to go. I need to get to 275. That's max profit on a spread. 265, 275 is what I have. I just want to participate and buy cheaper in case the markets did pull back. What's Zscaler doing? I took the puts off on Zscaler. Probably going to take a few days for this to bounce once people realize just how good earnings were for Zscaler. I can't believe it got knocked down as much as it did. 10,900%. Okay. Can't, I, crazy. Zscaler gotten trounced. Zscaler got the stuffing knocked out of it today. Look at that gap down. Holy smokes. It was trading yesterday at 190. 50 points. Yikes. So I had puts. I held it into earnings against my better judgment. I held it into earnings. I have July calls, so we'll see if we get anything out of that. But the puts made up for it. I had twice as many puts as I had calls. So, yeah, I'm done with that. Done with Zscaler. We'll see what it does. Maybe it'll do a Microsoft and sit down here for ages and not do anything. Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft's starting to turn. I see Joe K looking at Microsoft dip buy for a 0-day trade. Today's expiration, May 27th. Microsoft, okay, Apple, Amazon, Google, Meta, Snowflake, all of these look good. All right, Microsoft, we just need Microsoft to run back up. Okay, Microsoft, can you do it? Can you do it? Microsoft. Meta's trying to push higher. Okay, top 10 on the S&P 500. MGM. All right, let's go check out what's going on with MGM here. All right, MGM. Okay. Wow. MGM. What's the we haven't talked about the casinos, and it's got to be over a year, right? Las Vegas Sands coming off the low. MGM. Wynn Resorts. Okay, the casinos are actually waking up. Casinos. Okay, so this MGM, Wynn. What's Caesars doing? Caesars coming out of a squeeze. Caesars, CZR. Okay, let's go look at the casinos. What the hell? What the hell is going on here with the casinos, right? Casinos. Gen Z. Boyd Gaming, BYD. Okay. Caesars. Okay, that's coming out. Elvis coming off the low. Monarch Casinos, MCRI. These are coming off the lows. All right, there goes MGM. Melco Crown Resorts, maybe. Penn Gaming. Penn. Okay, Wynn looks good. Okay, so those look all right. Did I not have no, these are okay. I just need to change the style. Let me edit these. Select all. Let me change to let's see, edit. Okay, they changed this a bit. Oh, here we go. It's right here. Is this how you do it? No, I don't want to copy. No, I don't want to move. Which one of these is that one? Yeah, that's it, right? Change new style. Yeah, okay. Change it to default. All right, change these to default. Apply. All right, so this looks a little better, I imagine. Chart list view. Yeah, much better. Okay, I didn't like the other style. These look fine. All right, so casinos look good. So keep an eye on the casinos. Go back to Zscaler. Apple. Apple looks like it wants to keep going. Maybe. World Cup. Yep, that could be. That could be. China. Macau. Is it Macau? Macau. What is the place in China? China. Gambling. The spelling, I can't get that right. Macaw? Mac. M-A-C-A-U. M-A-C. Okay. M-A-C-A-U. I'm spelling it like it's Irish. It's not Irish. Okay, Microsoft lifting a bit more. Microsoft. Okay, watch Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft might get something going here. Microsoft coming off the low. Okay, can it get something going here? Microsoft, the daily. All right, so this is a really ugly chart. Very subjective. It's a higher low. I guess if you take the bodies of the candles, something of a triangle. Anyway, Microsoft is moving a bit higher, so watch Microsoft. I see David is long Microsoft. Microsoft working. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see what Microsoft looks like. Today's expiration. Holy crap. Okay, so somebody bought a bunch. I bought some of these Microsoft. Okay, so we got 32,000 contracts of the May 27th, today's expiration 0 day, against 1,342 in open interest. Okay, Microsoft. Okay. Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft. Somebody likes Microsoft. Let's see if they can rip this higher. Dealers are going to have to, if they buy this dip, dealers are going to have to hedge against it by buying shares. All right, so watching Amazon, Microsoft. Okay, Google looks like it wants to go some more. So does Apple. We'll go back to Apple in a minute. Google on the move. Google, all right, looking good. Google back above this 9 and 21 day moving averages. I'm your host, Cousin Betting, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is a fine Wednesday. Kind of hot outside, humid. All the rain that we've been getting recently. All right, there goes Google. Okay, so Google looking good. Netflix. All right, so looking pretty good here. S&P continues to rally up, sneak Sally up. S&P. Okay, we're at highs. This is week number 9. Number 9. Didn't think this was going to be possible, but just shows you that random walk. Whatever institutions decide they want to do. Can't help but think continuing to take profits off in the strength, shorter term type of trades. Mm-hmm. All right. Okay, looks like Microsoft wants to go here. Microsoft looking for a follow through. Microsoft looking for it to break out now. Microsoft. Microsoft's still grinding higher. Microsoft. Apple turning back down a little bit. A little profit taking on Apple. All the New York FANGs for the most part, except for Tesla and Nvidia, doing okay. Futures just fading from the high. All right, got to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back. All right, Microsoft on the move. All right, so I had to take care of that phone call. All right, Microsoft a bit higher. Apple bouncing. Meta looks like it wants to keep going. Meta top 10 on the NASDAQ 100. App Lovin, Team Atlassian, Booking.com, Dash, DoorDash, Workday. What is that? Charter Communications, Kraft Heinz, CTSH, Intuit, and Mercado Libre, followed by Marriott. Top 10 on the S&P 500, AppLovin, MGM, UAL, United Airlines, CDW, Lulu, Norwegian Cruise Lines, Builders First Source, and Estee Lauder, App TV, and General Motors, followed by Delta and LUV, Southwest Airlines. Okay, so a nice little pop there. Oh boy, what a day. Starting off pretty good. All right, looking good. Let's see if we can't get a bounce off the S&P. Futures, we know that we have a lot of purple positive gamma. So the markets are going to watch as dealers cover or buy the dip, hedge their positions. There goes Apple starting to go again. Okay, Apple, all these dips getting bought. Okay, looks good. Looks good. Microsoft, back to Microsoft. Sorry, got to watch Microsoft. That position looking good. Microsoft. All right, selling some Microsoft into strength. Micron. Okay, looking for Micron to bounce. Micron. Gonna run right back up. $1 trillion company. All right, Tesla. Tesla. Okay, there we go. All right, Apple's taking out the high of the day. Apple, Microsoft's still trying to get something going here. A little bit more. Apple. All right, looks good. Let's see what we got going here. Apple starting to trail off the high. Maybe one more shot. Apple. Microsoft. 415 and change. Microsoft. All right, top 10 still looking pretty good on the NASDAQ. AppLovin Team, Atlassian, Booking.com, DoorDash, Mercado Libre, Shopify, Workday, Kraft Heinz, Intuit, and Charter Communications. Apple looking for like it might go again. Amazon, Google, Meta, Snowflake near highs. Tesla turning back up. Tesla looking good. Intel. Okay, Intel looking good. Apple, nice follow through, breaking out to new all-time highs. We're consolidating near the highs right now. $315. Adobe. Futures just hanging out at the moment. Remember, positive gamma. We're looking for positive gamma to continue to bring us higher. To support price more correctly. To support price, any pullbacks is 0-day. A lot going on here. Look at all these purple bars here. Let me zoom in on this a little bit. Okay, there you go. NVIDIA still looking for a base. NVIDIA. All right, we might be starting a trend here. Watch hedge flows here. Apple's still at the highs. Apple's still at the highs. S&P, it's flat VWAP. Flat VWAP. Microsoft's starting to fade a bit. Doji Day. Let's see what Let's see what up down volume is saying right now. Up down volume. It's 1-to-1. Across the board, 1-to-1. New York Stock Exchange, NASDAQ Composite, SPY, and IWM are all 1-to-1 up. The Qs and the Dow Industrials are 1-to-1 down. So mixed, but the end result is we got doji days forming. Flat VWAP is what we should see. Okay, there you go. There's your flat VWAP, and price action is just moving sideways. Okay, from the open. Probably going to bounce shortly. Okay, Tesla pushing back up. Tesla, did that fill at all? Tesla, I had a sell order in on it. No, it's still sitting there. Another 10 cents higher. Netflix looks like it might want to go here. Netflix, we had some nice action last week. Monday of last week, we had that big bullish candle. Tuesday, Wednesday, we came back. Thursday, it looked like we were going to bounce and follow through. No, that's Tuesday, right? Today is Wednesday, Tuesday. No, that's right. Thursday, Friday was flat. And then we came in on Tuesday. We had Monday off. Okay. So Netflix, yeah, that's got work to do. Microsoft turning back up again. Microsoft. All right, there goes Amazon again. Amazon's on the move. Amazon back up to the highs. Amazon looking pretty good. Let's see if we can break a bit higher. 270.93. Okay, we're breaking above these pivots right here. Looks good. Looks good. Volume is picking up. We need to see a little bit more volume though. Okay, Amazon's starting to go now. Amazon. SK Hynix is now joining the $1 trillion club along with Micron. That's just cool. It's only going to get better. I mean, at some point, we're probably going to consolidate, but we're only in what, year 1 or 2, I believe it is, year 1 or 2. And we've got, this is going to take like 8 or 9 years to build out this whole infrastructure. And we're just in the early innings, basically. Let me see. I had taken some notes. Netflix trying to push a bit higher. Okay, let's look at some of these winners here. S&P 500, the top 10 here. AppLovin, that's been active all week. AppLovin breaking out. AppLovin, okay, that's a nice long setup. Okay, day one, breakout of its base. B bands expanding, top and bottom, equal expect a fast move with volume above average. This looks really good. You know what? I probably should go ahead and just buy some of this. AppLovin, little dip. All right, we're starting to dip, so I'm going to buy some AppLovin when it gets down here a little ways. All right, looking for AppLovin to follow through. AppLovin. Okay, what am I looking at here? AppLovin daily. 700 is 52-week highs. I'm going to go out to July, August, January. Okay. Okay, AppLovin looks good. I just took a little bit more Amazon off into strength. Okay, AppLovin looking really good. AppLovin. Amazon. Amazon looks like it wants to go some more. Okay, looks like a really good day on Amazon, right? MACD's turning on the daily as well. We broke above a 3-day pivot. And 2 weeks ago, we were at this level as well, and now we're starting to break above that level. Okay, we're breaking above that pivot right there. You can see. Okay. So that was Wednesday, May 12th. Okay, Wednesday, May 12th. All right, you can see that we're breaking above that level right now. So we're heading back up to the highs. Okay, S&P turning back up as well. It's doji day for now. Doji day. You can see hedge flows are just moving sideways. And if you look at up down volume is 1-to-1, up or down. Currently, we got 1-to-1 on the New York Stock Exchange, the Nasdaq, the SPY, the Dow Industrials, and IWM. IWM is actually starting to pick up a little bit, so this might get going here. IWM. Let's see. IWM is almost 2-to-1 right now, up volume. Okay, grinding higher. Buyers at the low of the day. Okay, buyers at the low of the day right here. IWM starting to go. IWM. Okay, there he goes. IWM. Ooh, I got some of these left. I got some of these 190-200s left, right? Yes. Okay, cool. All right, I still have some 290-300 calls. 290-300 calls for June 18th. If you're just joining us, I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is May 27th, Wednesday. IWM. Okay, trying to get back up here. New York Stock Exchange. Whenever you're in doubt, you always want to check out the New York Stock Exchange. We're just sitting here watching the markets chop around at the moment. Not a lot to do. Our New York Stock Exchange is breaking above these pivot levels, so that's pretty good indication of strength of trend. Cup and handle pattern, same cup and handle pattern we identified on the equal weight S&P equal weight that broke out on Friday. Okay, on volume. So these are all indications that institutions are buyers. We got junk bonds rising. Okay, they're above the 21-day. They could look a little better. The 10-year is lower. The 10-year is lower, so that's going to help out small caps and tech stocks. Okay, we got the New York FANG also looking strong. Okay, that's hit the highs and reversed a little bit. That's okay. We're trending higher. Microsoft rolled over now. Microsoft very quick trade and rolled over. Okay. NVIDIA is still looking pretty ugly, actually. NVIDIA, institutions have lots of time. wanting to pick up shares. I'm sure that they don't mind this pulling back. They'll just find a better opportunity to get back in. Okay, so we've had this 11-month base going on 12 months. We're pulling back into this base now. It does look like we're trying, the 50 days turned up. That's important to note. So at some point, we're going to bounce. That'll be an opportunity. What's the forward PE on? Let me just put this on Amazon while I'm talking about it. What's the forward PE on NVIDIA? NVIDIA's forward PE is sitting around 32 to 33. Okay, so it's at 32. The forward multiple, because it is above average, it's reflecting Wall Street's expectations for massive continued net income expansion. So it's just a matter of when do we buy this. So NVIDIA, I mean, day trading aside, all right, so NVIDIA's 12-month PE is sitting at around 32 to 33, touched 41 recently prior to earnings. It has dropped to 24 times. Okay, so NVIDIA is currently at 24 times forward multiple, a significant multiple compression compared to mid 25 and mid 23, 2025, 2023, where a massive AI momentum routinely pushed valuation multiples much higher. So the bottom line is we're waiting on NVIDIA. There goes Netflix trying to push a bit higher. Amazon's taking out the highs. All right, Netflix is trying to break out. Netflix. Excuse me. All right, let's see what's going on here.
Cabinet meeting at the White House, not Camp David. We'll take you there when it begins as Walk of the Street continues on this Wednesday.
Pick here. Target outperforming the broader market so far this year, but I have a feeling that this is a bearish call, Don.
It is a bearish call, and here's one where look at some of the peers inside of the sector. Whether you're looking at Walmart, whether you're looking at Costco, there's been some pretty dramatic pullbacks just the last couple of trading sessions inside of Walmart, inside of Costco. Maybe they have a bid under today as we see a rotation back in here, but I do not like retail right now. I don't like big box retail at all. I think inflation is going to kind of feel a little bit of a bullwhip effect to where the price of oil, okay, the impact of it hasn't necessarily been felt yet here in the U.S. Sure, at the gas pump and so forth, but I think we're going to feel over this. So for me, it's less than a technical trade and much more of a fundamental play, where it's very hard to want to go out and want to wow, I really want to buy Target right now when inflation is running a little bit hot. We're going to get some CPI numbers and some PCE data in the coming days.
Yeah, Caterpillar looking really good. Caterpillar.
However, I am going to go out, get a little distance in here, and looking for this pullback. I'm going to go to the June 18th expiration. I'm going to buy the 125 puts. I'm going to sell the 120 puts against it. It's a $5 wide put spread done for a $2 debit. Again, predominantly citing margin concerns and really inflation. It's, as I said, it's very difficult to want to buy anything big box right now when you're seeing some of the inflationary data come in.
All right, so as we look at Target, and we know we're going to get some of this inflation data later this week, Rick, what are you seeing as the setup here? Because I see that you've got some converging lines here.
Yeah, some volatility recently. We had this upward sloping trend line in blue that has been breached. Then you could have drawn this downward sloping line starting with those highs near 133. We've also breached that one too. So we have remained, actually fought our way back above our original trend line. So now I think the prevailing line that would make most sense would be this very steep, very sharp line off of our recent lows that we established down here near 118, kind of this triple bottom type of shape here. So that is coupled with our further supportive area here around these old highs and subsequent lows near about 125, finally 133, representing those high points that we could see for potential resistance. So now 5-day EMA in confluence with our 21-day EMA, our dark blue and teal lines, our weekly and monthly EMAs, pretty close.
Caterpillar, let's see, Cummins Engines, CMI, Generac, GNRC, Baker Hughes, BKR. All right, that's back down to the 50-day Baker Hughes. I don't have any Baker Hughes left, do I? No, I don't. Okay, cool. Did sell some Baker Hughes yesterday, apparently. I had a limit order in. Okay. Baker Hughes, watching that for a potential bounce in this area. Might get back in. Microsoft trailing off after a pretty decent run up this morning.
The next closest node, more like 120 to 122 to the downside.
All right, right now we are
Intel.
looking at Target at 130.64. Target actually trading 4+% higher today, outperforming the rest of the market. Don, really appreciate you joining us today for your picks for Big3.com with Theo Trade, and of course, Rick Ducat. Thanks for always breaking down the technicals for us. Coming up next, we are going to spotlight the IPO market as it's seen a resurgence over the last year, and the market awaits some major debuts over the next few months. That's all next on Trading 360. Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and get live coverage wherever you are. Hey, Dad, I have a question for you.
Sure.
When did Granddad first start investing?
Granddad had an account with Schwab before there were branches in the area. He really started with nothing. He worked hard, and after he passed away, the torch has been passed to me. And my advisor, Jennifer, she was with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The two grandchildren planning for their college educations. Someday it'll be their turn.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Morning movers, be the first to find out what's shaping early market.
Okay, let's look at NVIDIA. I see some option volume here on NVIDIA as it's starting to turn. NVIDIA. Let me just check this out. NVIDIA. May 27th, 212.50 calls. 212. Oh, look at the freaking volume on this. 212.50 calls. Buy. Single.
People learn differently at different times. We have webcasts running through YouTube all day, every trading day.
You've got events that are making their way around the country.
So you get that opportunity to share experiences and knowledge with other traders.
How incredible was that? And it's free. Stay connected to what moves the market. Download the Schwab Network app and stream anytime wherever you are.
Intern, this place is incredible. It's where I get all your office supplies. Your golf balls, your fancy coffee, your giant TV. It's everything in one place. It's like Schwab. Everything investors need.
A lot. Check out the
Trade, get full
the
service.
volume on NVIDIA right here.
I think I'm gonna be sick. We have to buy that now.
Invest your way with Schwab.
Hey, Bob. Hey, Andrew. Last year, my dad had a stroke. Big shock to see this person that I've always seen as a force in our family be vulnerable. Wait, that stroke? Yes. Now we're together almost daily. I started to realize, what can I pick up from my dad? He's been with Schwab for a long time.
Jim, my financial consultant, I probably met 20 years ago.
Jim's really been there to answer any questions I ever have. Makes a huge difference when you have someone that actually cares.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden, live in our Chicago headquarters. It's time to spotlight the IPO market. Joining us to help us do that now, David Shapiro, co-founder and CEO of OpenBC. David, great to have you on the show, especially in light of all the SpaceX conversation with the roadshow about to kick off, also potentially OpenAI and Anthropic. You know, as we look at the macro environment and the macro setup that we have going into what could be these mega IPOs, you know, how do you look at the macro environment and how it potentially impacts these debuts?
Thanks, Marley. It's great to be here. I think there's a few things that investors should be aware of when considering how the macro impacts these really
NVIDIA.
IPOs that are potentially upcoming.
Okay. We got a nice little reversal here on NVIDIA. I don't know what's going on at this point, but watch what's going on here, NVIDIA.
Private markets as it relates to these three kind of upcoming mega IPOs, SpaceX, OpenAI, and Anthropic. We haven't seen as much volatility as we have in public market indices, for example, with large chipset manufacturers that are a little bit more impacted by that geopolitical situation. So it'll be interesting to see as these companies transition from private to public markets, how they perform in the wake of that. The second would be inflation. I think it's going to be really critical for investors to understand how potentially accelerated inflationary environment could impact equity pricing. But that said, I think the enthusiasm in particular that we've seen in private markets for some of these assets should keep pricing pretty interesting.
And David, is it surprising to you that we have still continued to see this enthusiasm, despite the fact that we have major geopolitical uncertainty right now and sticky inflation? I mean, generally those would be negatives for going public at a time right now, but we are seeing insatiable demand for these names.
We are. And in fact, if you look at a recent index we launched alongside the New York Stock Exchange, the NYO 500, which tracks the 500
watching NVIDIA here. We've got some pretty big flow.
We've seen that index outperform the S&P by about 13%, which just goes to show investors are really
some decent flow here.
Of that index in private markets more broadly. I think there's fundamentally a profound appetite for these assets that maybe in an earlier cycle would have already IPO'd, but given where private markets have evolved, are now really into the trillions of dollars in valuation and still locking out a significant portion of the market. It's important for retail to understand that, you know, with all that enthusiasm, obviously comes potential volatility in the wake of an IPO. And so using tools like that, you know, crossover index and other private market indices to understand where these pre-IPO assets actually sit and where institutional investors are actually pricing them ahead of that IPO will be critical as they evaluate investing.
And so as people are evaluating it and trying to determine where we're going to see, or just wanting to be included with the knowledge here, because it is very exciting to watch these companies. I mean, I remember the excitement over Cerebras debuting far better than the expectation, best since Uber. And I mean, that was the headline for a full 24-hour news cycle. It just dominated. So as we look at some of these that could potentially...
Okay, let's see if NVIDIA can bounce here. NVIDIA. I just posted on X and also on StockTwits. The 210s and the 212.50s, pretty cheap. 0 day. Let's see if these do anything. Okay, let's go back to here and let's go to NVIDIA. Let's see.
the S&P 500 and the Nasdaq 100.
Okay, calls are being bought. Puts are being sold. Well, let's keep an eye on NVIDIA. The call wall is at 220, so we got room to the upside. Put wall is 207.50. Okay, we're just above the put wall.
You couple that with the traditional lockup period of 180 days and the robust investment in these companies in private markets ahead of the IPO, I would expect investors to want to keep a close eye on volatility given those two factors.
So as they look at those factors and as investors are trying to study here, how do investors try to begin valuing these companies? Companies like OpenAI versus Anthropic, because they're in the same space. Let's use those with these mega LLM companies, and we start to see what the investor appetite or taste for really is around these mega LLMs. How do we try to value those companies against something like an NVIDIA that already has massive revenue and cash flow, when we don't have the ability to use those metrics here?
It's challenging, but the most robust way we have to date is by using the secondary market. So understanding innately where large institutional investors that already hold these assets, as well as folks who are looking to benchmark against them, are actually trading them. And in that vein, using tools like our index suite, whether it be the New York Stock Exchange Unicorn Index, which tracks the 50 largest unicorns here in the U.S., or that aforementioned crossover index, to get a day-to-day understanding of where insiders, early investors, early employees are actually moving these assets ahead of an IPO, is the best read of value. Understanding where folks are actually kind of putting their money where their mouth is and moving pre-IPO secondary shares is, in our view, the best way to get an appreciation for how to price those assets relative to where they'll eventually IPO in public markets.
Yeah, looking at your NYSE OpenDC 500, you're massively outperforming public markets. So private interest in private companies clearly surging here. These IPOs will be highly anticipated. David, we'll have to have you back on as we get some more concrete information about when we might be hearing from these names. But really appreciate you bringing your insight to the program today. David Shapiro, co-founder and CEO of OpenBC. Coming up next, we've got our disruptors. We'll be taking a look at Salesforce earnings coming after the close today. Trading 360 will be right back. Stay connected to the markets with Schwab Network.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on SchwabNetwork.com.
And on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
How's it going?
First day, so sometimes,
Next. Try it again.
You could have done better.
Please.
Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
I'm Nicole Petalides, live at the New York Stock Exchange, and this is the Watch List. Your midday view into the trends driving the markets with a sharp focus on technology, innovation, and companies leading the next wave of growth. Big movers, real-time interviews, and insight from analysts, founders, and market voices you trust. The Watch List, 2 p.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden here in our Chicago headquarters. Let's head out to the New York Stock Exchange and check in with Nicole Petalides, host of Opening Bell and the Watch List. Nicole, great to have you on the show as always. Let's talk Micron here because we're at our, I think, 31st intraday high so far this year. We've got another price target adjustment, this time from Barclays. So take us through what the optimism is here coming from Barclays, or are they simply just playing catch up?
Look, there's a lot of excitement and sort of, I'm going to give you the numbers first and then some of the reasons. Yesterday, UBS put a 1625 target up from 525. Right? It's like triple. And the stock soared. Today, Barclays came on board and raised some of the group, including Western Dig, Seagate.
Okay, we're fading a bit.
SanDisk and Micron. Micron, they put an 1175 target up from 675. The theory behind these price target raises is the excitement behind the AI demand, and that in fact these memory names, memory-focused competitors too, all can't keep up with the demand, and that in turn means more margins, higher margins. And also within their notes, we've read language like the long-term agreements, that this could help cement the margins going forward, and will then give a higher PE ratio for a name like Micron. Micron, with an over $1 trillion market cap now, surpasses the level of JP. 14th largest world publicly traded company. But the company itself has had huge gains, soaring profits. It's been boosted by AI spending and demand, and as a result continues to move higher. And you can see that the analysts are on board. This was less than $70 billion company about a year ago, and now crossed the $1 trillion mark. Along with it are other names that are also moving higher because of the story, such as SK Hynix, which also crossed $1 trillion, and Samsung, another name in the group. So the tech trade is back overall, and the analysts are jumping on board. Some of it may be some catch-up, yes, but the targets are not at or near where we are right now. Most of the targets that we are seeing are higher than current levels because they think there's going to be higher PE ratios going forward because of the AI demand and, just overall the boosting margins. Marley?
And yes, the Barclays price target hike, not quite as significant as that UBS one, but if they hit that UBS level, I was looking at a metric that as of the closes yesterday would make it the 7th largest company by market cap. So certainly something to keep an eye on. Nicole, really appreciate you taking us through the latest note here on Micron. That was Nicole Petalides. Now it's time for the disruptors. George Tillis, our senior markets correspondent, here to take a closer look at today's company, Salesforce. We've got earnings coming after the close today, George. And what's the expectation here from the street for Salesforce? Because I'm looking at it, we're trading higher today, but it has been really caught up in this massacre.
Yeah, that's the thing. This will be an interesting quarter. I mean, every quarter for these software names are essentially unique in the sense that, there's a lot of analysts and valuation investors or value investors that are looking for some potential turnaround, and that could certainly happen any quarter for a lot of these names. But again, you can also see some continuations to the downside. I think Salesforce is a little unique in the sense that we know that their Agentforce AI platform has been growing, and they are the leader when it comes down to global CRM or customer relations management software. So integration of AI is going to be key for Salesforce because the stock is down. If you look at last year, about 35%, even year to date, it's still down 31%. Even last quarter, the results were phenomenal across the board, including share buybacks, free cash flow margins were over 10%. Operating cash was improving, and the share buyback was pretty tremendous, but the stock also is really not recovered alongside the entire group. But looking at the quarter, they're expecting as a business 21% EPS growth to $3.12 versus $2.58 last year for the same quarter, with sales estimated to be higher by 12.5% to $11.06 billion versus last year's $9.83 billion. I think the RPO, the remaining performance obligation numbers, if they maintain those levels in the low double-digit range versus maybe the high single-digit range, that'll be a positive catalyst. But nonetheless, the stock continues to get cheaper in terms of valuation because even though the price action is still drifting to the downside overall in the last year, earnings keep moving higher and sales keep moving higher. It's just challenges is the unanticipated or unexpected, challenges from agentic AI competing with Salesforce going forward, and the entire group too, and this includes Microsoft and Oracle and even Palantir for that matter, have really struggled in the environment where semiconductors have taken the reins in terms of capital formation. Demand for hardware has been exceeding software, and that could turn at some point, but we don't know if it's going to be this quarter or maybe next, or if not, going forward in the future sometime.
And with Salesforce having lost about a third of its value so far this year, as you said, down about a little more than 30% year to date. But analysts overwhelmingly bullish. It looks like they have a 40 to 50% upside in the terms of the stock in terms of where they're pricing it. How would you look about trading this one, George, for example purposes?
Well, yeah, so that's a tough one. I mean, looking at the price action, at the very least, it's still trading below the 200-day moving average. So you have to be mindful of that, and even the 100-day moving average, which is, approximately around $185 or $200 above the current price, which is right now around 181. There's actually a little bit of a double bottom if you look at the daily chart, essentially at the 165 area, which was established early April, but also on May 11th. And that's around the 165, and that corresponds to essentially the market maker move expectation, which is around $14.50. So I'm actually going to sell a neutral strategy here because, again, we can see it retest that double bottom or face some resistance right around that 100-day moving average, as I mentioned. So I'm going to go to next week because we only got a couple of days of time to let an iron condor, which is a neutral strategy, manifest. So I'm going to sell the June 5th expiration, which is 9-day expiration, iron condor. I'm going to skew it slightly to the upside. So I'm going to sell the 200-205 call spread above the current price. And then below, I'm going to sell the 165-160 put spread. So put all this together, you can earn about $1.75 in credit or $175 a contract. So it's a neutral strategy. Ideally speaking, you'd like to see the stock trade in the confines of the short strikes, which is 200 high, 165 low, break even, 201.75 high, and 163 and a quarter low. And you're earning $1.75. That's your max profit potential, and your max risk is 3 and a quarter. Not only current the stock, unfortunately, if you put this trade on, blows out above the 205 high or 160 low.
We're trading right in the middle of that range right now, just almost dead center at 181.21 for Salesforce. We'll, of course, have those earnings. They come out right as the bell rings later today. But, George, I'll see you later on Market on Close. Thanks for breaking that down for us, George Tillis. Coming up next, it's time for our 360 round. We're going to bring in our panel to take a closer look at the earnings from Dick's Sporting Goods. Shares are lower after that report. That's next on Trading 360.
I'm Alex Coffey.
And I'm Jen Horn. This is Next Gen Investing, where we track the trends shaping tomorrow's market.
From tech to energy, crypto to consumers, we focus on what's driving investor sentiment right now.
Clear analysis and forward-looking market coverage every trading day.
This is a make or break level for this stock.
That could certainly be a short to near-term catalyst.
Next Gen Investing, 1 p.m. Eastern.
Only on the Schwab Network.
This is Fast Market, built for traders who want more than just headlines.
We walk you through trade ideas with structure, risk management, and a focus on execution.
From options to earnings to volatility plays, we bring decades of trading experience to every segment.
With real-time insight across products and sectors, we deliver what active traders need to stay ahead. Fast Market weekdays at noon Eastern, live on Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. Dick's Sporting Goods lower today after beating top-line estimates for the quarter, but missing on the bottom line. The sporting goods retailer saw comp sales rise more than 4%, while notably adding that its Foot Locker business has returned to comp growth and profitability. But let's take a closer look here in our 360 round. We'll bring in our panel to take a look at these earnings. Mark Herman, Senior Consultant and Research Analyst at R5 Capital, joining us, as well as Zach Boring, Equity Analyst at CFRA Research. Great to have you both with us. Now, I'm looking at Dick's right now, moving down about 3.5% on the back of this report, but they had a strong sales quarter. The Foot Locker news certainly a net positive here. Mark, is this just simply a case here of expectations too high for the company, or what are your takeaways?
I think it was. It was a very well-balanced quarter. The company's doing exactly what they said they were going to do. There were some, puts and takes. As you said, the comp was a very strong 6%. At Dick's, Foot Locker comped positively for the first time in about 2 years, and that was a quarter before we thought it would. There was a higher tax rate. The margins were a little bit lower than some people might have expected. So I think there were some people out there, yes, who had a little bit higher expectations, but we thought it was a very good quarter.
And Zach, when you take a look at this report, what were some of your takeaways? I mean, particularly with the Foot Locker integration, was this a better quarter than the market is suggesting?
Yeah, I think so. Shares did have a 10% run up in the days before the report, so it might just be a little bit of a cooling off period here. I think the fast break success for Foot Locker is key here. I think the momentum on the Dick's brand, on the Dick's side of things, is there, and it's going to be there for a while. But I think if they can turn around Foot Locker, that will be huge towards earnings accretion and revenue accretion as well.
And Mark, it would have thought, as you just looked at it on its face, that this Foot Locker returning to positive comps a quarter earlier than expectations, 2 quarters, depending on whose notes you're looking at, that, in theory,
Amazon just at the highs.
To investors, but we're still seeing this move to the downside. So what's missing here? I mean, what's standing out for you as what's being flagged as the red flags, and should they be red flags?
I don't think there's so much as red flags, but I do think this is a very second half weighted story. And there might be some hesitation to get involved this early. I mean, we think you should, but there's kind of this wait and see period that we're in right now. And because the second half, you're going to see things like a much greater growth in House of Sport field houses that are second half weighted. You're going to see the whole Foot Locker story is really dependent on the back to school season and the company having full control of their acquiring product for that. And that's really a second half story also. There's higher spend in the first half, so you're going to have to wait till the second half to see margins a little bit higher and operating income higher. There's synergies that are second half weighted, so there's really a strong wait and see component that I think people are just a little bit hesitant maybe of now.
And Zach, how much of the wait and see component or this hesitation do you think is coming from the consumer? Because management really saying they see a healthy consumer across demographics. They're not seeing any trade down behaviors. Also calling out young shoppers as a strength here. And this isn't a dissimilar story to some of what we've heard from other retailers, but yet we're getting these consumer sentiment numbers saying that the consumers never felt under more pressure. So is that where some of this hesitation is coming from as well?
Yeah, you have seen the entire retail channel just kind of trade, sideways to down over the last year or 2 years. And I think that has been because of obviously the tariff situation, which there's still a lot of uncertainty around, even though you did see the rollback of the tariffs. And then now you've got higher oil prices, right? So, I think investors are a little bit hesitant to just kind of hop into retail.
All right, one more time. We'll go through what's actually moving on the markets. AppLovin. Nice break to the upside.
We think you don't need to see much multiple expansion for Dick's. We think the story is going to be earnings, and we think that's going to be next year. You're going to start to see Foot Locker really contribute to the overall earnings picture.
And Mark, as we start to see Foot Locker contribute, and I'm looking across some of the metrics here, I mean, we saw women's basketball activewear, brands like Vuori and Gymshark really helping out here, being highlighted. Are we seeing Dick's, despite its name being Dick's Sporting Goods, evolve into simply more than a sporting goods company now?
It is. I mean, some of the things you mentioned are a little bit more weighted towards the high-end banners like House of Sport and Field House. But yes, the company did mention in Foot Locker they're bringing in much more apparel. The company up until now has not really been able to put new product into Foot Locker. They've been rejuggling what they have to focus more on certain things at Foot Locker, but the real test is going to be in back to school when they can actually bring in brand new product under their control. But yes, across the board, and especially at the high end, they're bringing in these new brands and doing things very differently. The company also mentioned the trading card area, which we visited stores and seen these areas look phenomenal. And it's a little bit low margin business, but it's really driving traffic in those high end remodeled stores.
Well, really appreciate you both being with us today to take a closer look at Dick's and this market reaction that we're seeing from the company. We're down about 3.5% so far for Dick's Sporting Goods. Mark Herman from R5 Capital and Zach Waring from CFRA. Thanks again for being with us today. Also want to thank all of you for joining us today on Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. You can download our free Schwab Network app in the Apple App Store. I hope you'll join me for Market on Close at 3 Eastern, 2 Central, but stay with us. Fast Market with Diane King Hall is coming up next.
All right. Marcus is just kind of limping into lunchtime. Had a nice run up in the morning. Trace is pretty much sideways to slightly lower. Looks like doji action for the day. Up down volume confirms that. It's 1-to-1. 1-to-1 up down volume on the NYSE, the NASDAQ Composite, the Spiders, the Dow Industrials, and IWM all are 1-to-1 up, while the Qs show modest 1-to-1 down volume. We'll see if we run into the evening session. Afternoon.
Schwab coaching is concepts brought to life in the real world.
We achieved the largest drop in the murder rate ever recorded to the lowest level in 125 years. That's the year 1900. And that's despite the fact that many people came in from prisons and from very rough countries.
Apple turning back up. President speaking. Believe is a cabinet meeting.
During the Biden administration, we've gotten many of them out, but we still have some that we're looking for, quite a few that we're still looking for, but we've gotten over 11,888 murderers were allowed into our country. We've gotten a lot of them out. We've gotten some, we put them in jail. We don't even trust the country to send them to some, come back in maybe. We put them in jail. 11,888 murders, more than half of which have committed more than one murder. That's what they allow in the nation. They can never be forgotten for the horrible things they've done to this country. Fentanyl coming across our border is now down by 61%. 61%. And coming in by water, by sea, by ocean is down 97%. Can you imagine? Thanks to our Republican majorities in Congress, we passed the largest tax cuts in American history.
Okay, watching RSI with NVIDIA.
Putting more money in Americans' pockets this year. The
NVIDIA.
we got tax refunds of nearly almost close to $5,000. The stock market has set 68 all-time record highs since the election. So 68 days we hit all-time highs. We're right there now. And the average 401k, and that's despite the conflict. I don't call it war, I call it conflict. Despite the conflict with Venezuela, who no longer has a Navy, no longer has an Air Force, no longer has a lot of people that were leading the country into very bad places. And their leadership is gone. Their second rung leadership is gone. We're dealing with their third, half of their third, because half of their third is gone too. The average 401k is up almost $30,000 since I took office. So the Americans that are benefiting working today, we have the most working, and we have 401ks at their all-time high, highest they've ever been. And that goes along with the stock market, which is the highest it's ever been. Under my most favored nation agreements, this is something that I wish the media would talk about, because to me it's one of the biggest things ever to happen in our country. Certainly as to medical, anything having to do with medical, because drug prices, we're delivering record-setting discounts on prescription drugs with price differences of 400, 500, and even 600% at the TrumpRx.gov.
Microsoft starting to turn up.
Nearly 1,000 low-cost generics to the website. So we have drugs now 400, 500, 600%. Now you could say 80, 90, 70, 60, 50% to be more. There are two ways. Depends on the way you ask the question. But a pill that would sell in Germany or let's say in London for $10, we're selling for here for $130. And I got the countries to all agree, otherwise they would have had to pay big tariffs. The only words we've done is very interesting discussions. They say vehemently no, and then what I said is, all right, we're going to charge you 50% tariff on everything you sell into America. They said, well, like we said, we'll say yes. And every single country agreed, and every drug company agreed. So we have most favored nations. So we were paying the highest drug prices in the world. Now we're paying the lowest drug prices in the world. So that bill So it's not like you cut it in the middle. It just had to go up a little bit, but a little bit is a doubling of the price, so a little bit's a lot. So the bill would go from $10 to $20, and we'd go from $130 to $20. Think of it. So we would get, if you remember, some of you were at the news conference at my first term where I got the prices down 1/8 of a percent, 1/4, 1/8 of a percent my first term. And I was so proud of it because drug prices hadn't come down in 28 years, and I was the first one to do it. But now I'm getting them down, not 1/8 of a percent, I'm getting them down 400, 500, 600. Or if you want to use it a different way, you could say 70%, 80%, 90%, 50%. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And I got that through, well, everybody knew it was taking place, but we paid the highest prices anywhere in the world. Now we're paying the lowest prices anywhere in the world. And the press refuses to write about it. I think it's the biggest thing for healthcare. You know, so much of it is prescription drug prices and drug prices. And with them coming down, the healthcare is going to come down very substantially. We recently added nearly 1,000 low-cost generics too, as I said. That's 1,000 drugs, and it's all on. And this was not given by me. This was given by Dr. Oz and Bobby, and I, wasn't sure whether or not I loved the idea. But they said we want to use TrumpRx.gov. Is what it is, and it's the hottest site I think anywhere on the planet, from what I understand, Bobby. Right? It's really great. People falling up and they're buying drugs for literally a fraction of the price. And it should be the biggest story. And on that alone, we should win the midterms. On that alone, we should win the midterms. But the press doesn't talk about it. It's the biggest thing to happen in the drug industry ever, maybe. Ever. And the press doesn't even want to write stories about it. We made the largest ever investment in U.S. military, $1 trillion, and we're asking actually for $1.5.
President Trump speaking from a cabinet meeting that he is holding today. Bloomberg Balance and Power co-anchor Kaylee Lyons joins us. And Kaylee, I think people were mostly interested in this after the White House putting out a statement on X saying that the memorandum of understanding reported on Iranian state TV was false and that you shouldn't pay attention to it. We're not really hearing from the president about it. Seems like he was talking about drug pricing.
Yeah, I would call this President Trump's greatest hits, Danny, running through what he sees as accomplishments of his second term thus far, whether it is lower crossings at the border, lower crime rates, or as we were just hearing him talking about most favored nation, drug pricing and all-time highs in the stock market. That said, there wasn't too much substantive, at least in his opening remarks from President Trump regarding the conflict with Iran and negotiations to end it. He seemed to confuse Iran and Venezuela, alluding to a navy at the bottom of the ocean, something we often hear him talk about when it comes to the Iranian Navy, but not getting into any detail in terms of what may be the status of negotiations after, as you rightly point out, the White House did push back on Iranian state TV, reporting that there would be a memorandum of understanding and agreement that the Strait of Hormuz would be opened back up within a month. Of the deal being signed, that the U.S. Navy blockade would end, the U.S. Navy would leave
NVIDIA is starting to move.
waters around Iran, and that Iran and Oman could still oversee shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, something that we've understood to be a non-starter for the United States. So it's not clear where exactly things stand. I would point out that members of the White House press pool are in the room for this 12th cabinet meeting that the president has held. He talks about how he likes having the press there for being transparent and open with the press, and we do expect he will field some questions.
NVIDIA is starting to move.
Members of the press that are there. Our colleague Tyler Kendall was in the room with him as well. I would imagine a lot of questions pertaining to Iran will come up, and we could hear more from the president about that later on. Just not too much here at the outset, Danny.
And we'll bring you any headlines as they come. Kaylee, thank you so much. Bloomberg's Kaylee Lyons. Looking forward to Balance of Power, which comes on right after this program. And you can watch all of the cabinet live go. And welcome to Bloomberg Deals. We have a great show for you today. We start with JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon, who says that he's on hunt for his next big deal. He spoke earlier at the Bernstein Strategic Decisions Conference.
I do think there might be, in the next couple of years, a chance to put $10 or $20 billion to work buying something. And when we do that, we'll explain to you why we think it's a great purchase. But also, I think, just if you hear me, I think asset prices are high, including JP Morgan stock.
Okay, 74.75. That's a 99 percentile right there. There's also a negative gamma level, 75.10.
internationally. So they have fledgling consumer operations in the UK and Germany, so they could afford to go bulk up there. The second is probably payments, where we have new payment rails, new technology, new competitors coming in trying to usurp. I think JP Morgan has an opportunity to bulk up their payments business. And third,
You got a negative gamma level here as well, 7510. That's 99 percentile. 0 day and the 74, 75 level.
which is way above any of their competitors. So the market's affording them an opportunity to do a deal today. It's really about their patience and what they think is strategic and really worthwhile from a risk-reward standpoint. So that being said, if there is another regional banking crisis and
NVIDIA moving higher. Off the low, NVIDIA.
Wilson has been campaigning, buying Lulu shares for months, trying to get this done. Bloomberg's Lily Meyer joins us now for San Francisco. So the proxy fight avoided Lily, but this is a man that Lululemon had basically been disparaging, saying he doesn't speak for us. His ideas are outdated, and now they have some sort of agreement.
Yeah, so there's been a ton of back and forth over the last few months. You know, Chip has been pushing and he has been pushing back, and so finally, you know, just less than a month before the annual meeting is scheduled, they've reached an agreement.
And what is that agreement? It seems that Chip Wilson gets a lot out of it. He gets board members. What does Lulu get? Just basically shutting Chip Wilson up for the next year and some change?
Yeah, so, you know, Chip is appointing 2 board members that were on his slate for nominees. They're going to pick a 3rd director in October, and then, yeah, Lulu, you know, Chip has agreed to an 18-month non-disparagement. So the constant letters and criticism of the brand, you know, will stop for the next 18 months.
Lily, thank you very much for joining us. That is Bloomberg's Lily Meyer. Elsewhere in deal news, pharma giant Eli Lilly announced that it's buying 3 clinical stage vaccine developers as part of, as for as much as $3.8 billion. It's part of a larger shopping spree we've seen from Eli Lilly, which has announced more than $20 billion of acquisitions this year. Michelle Davis covering healthcare for us and deals and joins us now. Michelle, why venture into this area of vaccines, of infectious diseases?
So this is really a re-entry for Lilly into infectious disease, which it hasn't been in for decades. What they said is they really want to get to the root of diseases rather than treating the symptoms, especially as we have a lot of infections that are developing antimicrobial resistant. And so the vaccine companies that they bought are developing vaccines for everything from Epstein-Barr, which causes mono, shingles, as well as staph infection. But it's part of a bigger push by Lilly to make sure they're really diversified away from diabetes, weight loss. They've obviously made a ton of money in that space, but at some point they're going to lose patent protection on that. And so the hope is that by buying a bunch of early stage companies, at some point, hopefully one of these candidates will become a blockbuster drug 10 years from now when they do lose the revenue from their ultra successful weight loss.
So is Novo Nordisk, for example, doing the same thing, trying to diversify and do deals away from obesity medications?
Novo Nordisk has tried. You'll remember last year they of course went after Nexera, but lost in the bidding war to Pfizer. They haven't been nearly as aggressive as Eli Lilly has been. And Eli Lilly this year has announced more than $20 billion of deals. That's more than they've ever done in a single year, and more than any of the other pharma companies have done at all. And I think what's interesting about all of this is one of their execs said that from the deals that you do see, you don't even know about the tens of dozens that they're looking at every single week. They say they plan to continue to be active, so I would be surprised if we're here next week talking about another Eli Lilly deal.
We don't know about the deals, but we know about the deals, Michelle. Always great to have you on. Thank you for bringing us that story. That is Bloomberg's Michelle Davis. Now, another potential big deal overseas. Uber has offered to buy Germany's delivery hero in a deal valuing the company at nearly 10 billion euros. Uber already owns 20% of the company and is seeking a takeover to to ramp up competition with rival DoorDash. Natalie Lung, a tech reporter for Bloomberg, joins us now on this. Why I delivery hero? If we look at what DoorDash, Uber's biggest rival in the US, has been doing overseas, it has bought Deliveroo in the UK. It has bought Wolt a few years ago, which expanded their presence in Eastern Europe. So Uber is trying to do the same, expand its presence across possibly Asia, Europe, and the Middle East by adding Delivery Hero. Some of the challenges there we might expect because Uber's offer is just slightly above the hair for closing price of Delivery Hero last week. We might see Uber might need to pay up, or there might be rival bids. We already hear DoorDash is also on the list business. How much have DoorDash and Uber already looked abroad? How important is it for them to expand their business? And could you see like a Just Eat in the UK try to compete? Is it only the American companies that might come in to try to buy Delivery Hero? We've been seeing a lot of consolidation in Europe. Like these companies the market has been fragmented, and we've seen these companies struggle to recover from after the pandemic era. And so these US companies are sort of swooping in and seeing what targets they can pick up. All right, Natalie, thank you very much. Natalie Long and, of course, Michelle Davis. Thank you both for bringing us those stories. Now, coming up on the show, activist investor Ancora is pushing HB Fuller to abandon a proposed takeover. HB Fuller now responding. We're going to get the latest with Jim Chadwick, president of Ancora Alternatives. You're watching Bloomberg Deals. Matteo, one thing that was struck with this health focused work on customer.
NVIDIA, looking for that to continue.
Have the better service you can give to your client in terms of the new best product. Essentially, it's helping us analyze the data in the best possible way. Better of the same. It's not more of the same, it's better of the same.
This is it. Trade that will make your number. Next generation speed, automation, and integration. This is the new fixed income EMS that will make sure you win. Expect more from your execution management system. Bloomberg Trade EMS.
NVIDIA at VWAP.
Equity indices built on opinions? That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices, built using transparent, rules-based methodologies that are more responsive to changes in the markets, powered by 450 billion daily data points, and backed by research from hundreds of global experts, delivering benchmarks driven by the markets, not opinions. Bloomberg Equity Indices. Get evolved benchmarks for today's equity markets.
From Egypt to Mauritius, these companies are racing to solve some of the continent's toughest challenges.
Premieres on May 29th, only on Bloomberg.
It's a sticky situation. Activist investor Ancora is pushing the U.S. adhesives maker HB Fuller to abandon a proposed takeover of Advanced Medical Solutions, which is a UK-based company. Ancora says, quote, the prospective acquisition of AMS represents an extremely risky, quasi-transformational international acquisition that is completely out of the management's depth. Yesterday, HB Fuller issued a statement in response to Ancora. They said, quote, HB Fuller has a demonstrated track record of thoughtful and disciplined M&A. For more on this, we're joined by one of the activists behind the push. It is Ancora activist, Alternatives President Jim Chadwick. Response from HB Fuller in just a moment, but first, just the basics.
Let's see what they're talking about over at CNBC.
In terms of like the kinds of people who are buying Nvidia.
I promise you this. In the last 48 days, there's a marginal buyer who's piled into Micron who hasn't thought about the reality in the years ahead. They just wanted to
I
get
agree
in
with that. I
the
agree with that 100%. But the one factor that I don't think you could dismiss as it relates to any of these memory names is the fact that Micron's capacity is sold out for the entire year.
For sure. And that's why this year's earnings growth is like plus 600% over last year. Next year's is plus 75%. And the year after that is expected to be down 6%. The point is there's limited visibility on this. I think more, if you look at the earnings growth trajectory for NVIDIA, it's just more steady. So here's the next 3 years and earnings growth. Plus 87%, plus 42%, plus 22%. That's analyst earnings growth expectations. There's more variability in Micron. There's more sensitivity. There are different kinds of things. One's a chip one's a huge complex chip that controls everything and allows AI to grow. Yeah, there's memory.
Okay, so
memory's like the most cyclical industry
Jenny,
there's ever
hold on a
been.
second. Jenny.
Oh my God.
Jenny, don't say, oh my God, Vera Rubin is using the high bandwidth memory from
And what if they get
Micron.
more efficient? If they get more
Wait a
efficient,
second,
the efficiency
don't
is
push
easier.
that aside.
Okay. The efficiency, if there's more efficiency, it's easier to crush memory than it would be to crush the Vera Rubin chip.
The whole point, I agree with that point. The whole point, I think as well, and Liz, I think was alluding to this a bit as well.
It's a commodity. You're a commodities guy. You know this in the end is a commodity.
Investors and even analysts who are modeling all this stuff are changing the way that they've traditionally thought about memory chips and chips in general.
Okay, Tesla's starting to turn up. Tesla looks like it might get something going here. Tesla.
In ways that the community that goes over all this stuff isn't used to thinking about.
So that's
like you're not used to thinking about the fact that, oh my gosh, is it really possible that a chip name or a memory chip stock could actually not be cyclical?
Here's the question. It's going to be cyclical. It's just if the old cycle is like this, is the new cycle.
No, but that's like saying, well, the transitory thing was right if transitory is way out
I don't
here.
think it's the same. I think we just need to adjust so that the cycles now are different than they used to be. And we do not know because we don't have history on how long or how steep.
Well, I guess that's probably why you don't own the stock. I guess that's probably why you don't own the stock.
It's also because it doesn't have a dividend yield and it didn't have a 5%.
I know, but if it had one, you wouldn't own it either. If it had one, you wouldn't own it either. By the way,
I would have. Because you know what?
You would.
Remember, I owned both Western Ditch and Seagate back when they had yield. So you know what? I would have owned it.
Okay. Thank you.
I think there can be cyclicality in the market that is separate from cyclicality economically, which is what we're normally talking about. And I think Joe made a really good point about high frequency trading and algos being all in on a name like this. They'll be all out when momentum turns. And then we will sit here. We will sit here and question if there was a thesis to begin with, and everybody can debate.
All right, looking for BNC pivots to play out in the afternoon session and for hedge flows to continue with this sideways to slightly lower trend. Okay, we know where the 99 percentile levels are, 74, 75, and this negative gamma level right here. Markets are long at the 75.10. Short, the dealer is short. That's a 99 percentile.
Expectations up. And by the way, if you thought that this earnings period was pretty remarkable, the street thinks it's going to continue because we had about 29%.
Okay, here we go with NVIDIA. All right, calls are cheap, folks. Calls are really cheap.
Technology, which was up 50% in its own right, comp services, which contributed a large amount too. But in Q2, up 22%, in Q3, up 24%, up in Q4, up 22.5. So Liz, that just tells you that the street believes this runway is long. Stay overweight equities on strong earnings growth.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't think that's ridiculous at all to even have an 8,000 price target on the S&P, because if you look at year to date, the S&P is up less than 10%, which is less than an average annual return on the S&P. So even if we were to get to average annual return, we have well beyond average earnings growth going on right now. So we've already experienced mathematically an earnings contraction in multiples, right? We've got PE contraction because earnings are outpacing price growth. And that's a good thing. We had complained for so long that PEs were so overblown. So now here we are, things are cheaper. You're welcome. So even if the S&P gets to an average or slightly above average return, earnings growth in the 20% range, I think absolutely 8,000 is within reasonable expectations, if not even low expectations.
Can we talk about a couple earnings reports that are coming tonight, and how y'all think about it? Salesforce and Snowflake. In the context of this run back, this rebound, Joe, that software has had, and maybe this is make or break for that rebound. Let's get a real-time view on what these companies are seeing, what they're talking about, what the calls are like, what the analysts are asking about, because software in general has had this incredible rebound too. I think there's a lot of skepticism around it.
Incredible rebound?
Yeah, from the bottom.
Well, for what?
Cyber.
These are L-shaped bottoms.
All right, NVIDIA looking for this thing to rip higher.
Look at Zscaler, it's up 30% today because they are not able in their product
RSI, watching RSI. NVIDIA.
security to the AI agents. So therefore they can be disrupted. They're a software company that can be disrupted. They don't have the qualified product suite that's required right now versus, like Josh is talking about, some of the cybersecurity names. Look at Datadog.
I think
pull up Datadog. It's a 52-week high.
Yeah, I will say, hold on real quick. I'll come right back to you, I promise. Salesforce, for example, is up 23% in a month.
You can't even look at
I understand.
a one-year chart. You can't even see that bounce.
I understand that, but that's why I said rebound of late.
You see what I mean?
I get that, but if the stock is up 23% in a month, what's it based on?
Yeah.
Is it based on what they're going to tell you tonight?
no, it's based
Is
on a
it, or is it
rebound.
just based on a group that has rebounded?
I don't hate the stock here. I don't hate the stock here. I just don't think that in any one earnings call, they are any of these companies, not Salesforce specific. I don't think any of them can permanently dispel this narrative where yes, they're still important. Yes, they're still a system of record. Yes, they still have long-term contracts.
NVIDIA. Okay, so they're still buying calls and selling puts as that rises. Tesla looking okay. Tesla, NVIDIA. NVIDIA trying to break through. VWAP gets above VWAP. We could run. Watch the volume.
And it's a net negative for the stock. Even if you think the earnings hold up, it's a net negative for the multiple. So I wish them all well. I own a couple of software stocks. None of them have really bounced meaningfully, and I think all of them are still going to live under this cloud for the foreseeable future.
Okay, can we get back to Zscaler for 1 sec? Because I actually sent this article to my team this morning and said I think this is really important to pay attention to. So, Adam Crisafulli at Vital Knowledge, who I love, this is what he wrote this morning. He wrote, the problem is really the inflationary impact. And in his note, he says the higher CapEx outlook isn't so much because Zscaler is buying a lot of extra equipment, it's due to the higher component prices. This is what I worry about, and I worry about in next earnings season, how we see that start to trickle through. And some of these well-loved, beloved companies, like once the CapEx is higher, this goes straight to Micron, right? Like Micron's gain is Zscaler's loss. I worry how we may have real haves and have-nots. I'm actually even worried about, I don't know how to phrase it exactly, but I'm thinking about like targeted areas of recession. This to me is the downside of Micron's wins.
Okay, and I think the market is also very sensitive to the fact that software is depressed. So
that's separate, yeah.
So to Scott's point, look at AppLovin over the last 2 days, it's up another 11% today on an upgrade. This is a software company that's 22% below its all-time closing high in December, but it's an example of there's nothing really news-driven that's acting as a catalyst. It's just the upgrade. So there's this sensitivity that software is very depressed. And tonight, there is the opportunity for Salesforce and ServiceNow not to give this final assurance that there's not going to be disruption as it relates to software, but for there to be a price recovery. I think they have to make the case, and they could, that Agentforce and customers are utilizing Salesforce's AI products. If they can do that, I think that's the answer to how we put a floor underneath the SaaSpocalypse prices. If they cannot successfully convince the sell side, yes, we are the purveyor of value to our customers. They've seen all the products out there. They like our version. They can't do it. I just don't think the lows from mid-April are going to hold.
Okay. We'll take a break. Josh has some new moves. I'll tell you about those. Best stocks in the market. I'll tell you about those.
It's a very Josh-heavy second half of the show. Stick around. We'll be right back.
All right, watching the futures continue to rise. If you're just joining us today, I'm your host, Cousin Betting, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Wednesday, May 27th, right around 12:30 p.m. Looking for some B and C pivots. Maybe NVIDIA can gather some momentum here. Calls are really cheap. The 0 days are like 25, 30 cents, or they were. The 210 strike was 80 to 90 cents. Those blew up to $1.50 there for a few minutes. Let's see what they're going for right now. So these 0 days, they're $1.23 right now. $1.20, $1.23 bid ask. Okay. The 2 1250s are going for 25 cents. They were around 18 to 20 cents earlier. As NVIDIA started to turn, we started to notice that. All I did was run a little script. Okay. You can do this too. Okay. I asked it, where's the highest option flow today in S&P stocks? Midday, misspelled it, Wednesday, May 27th. This is the list it gave me. And that, unfortunately, doesn't tell me what time it was, does it? No. So that was about 45 minutes ago or so. So NVIDIA was the first one. I took a look at these 212s. I saw that the 210s were also bid in the money, right at the money, I should say. Very easy. Just take this script right here, copy it down. Check it out, right after about 10 o'clock, and then maybe again at around 11 o'clock, you want to check. Just run a really simple script. This is on Gemini. I find Gemini is pretty accurate. Okay, there goes Amazon. Okay, Amazon, is that on the list? No, but Apple and AMD is. Okay. Watching for NVIDIA to continue. Tesla looking for a follow-through. May 27th, 445s and 450 calls. All right, let's go take a look at some of these. Okay, Tesla's above VWAP. Maybe it gets something going here, Tesla. The 200 days over there.
We're back on Halftime Report. I'm David Stevens with your CNBC News Update. Officials say there is no hope of finding any more survivors of Tuesday's paper mill tank implosion in Washington State. One person is confirmed dead. 9 are missing.
Okay, here goes Amazon. Amazon's about to break out. Okay, Amazon. Amazon, nice move off the low. There goes Amazon. Big volume on Amazon. Big volume here. Okay, look at it, Amazon.
With a ghostwriter of his 2017 memoir. The recordings were a part of special counsel Robert Hur's investigation
269 to 271.
to release the recordings and transcripts on June 15th to Congress and the Heritage Foundation, which sued for
Okay, Amazon's breaking higher.
Freedom of Information Act. And Travis Kelce is a minority owner of the Cleveland Guardians. Kansas City Chiefs tight end grew up in Cleveland Heights, announced
Okay, the 0 days for 212.50. The NVIDIA 212.50s are back down to 22 cents offer. If this does get going, I'll probably just throw a bunch of money at those. Okay, Amazon looking good though. Amazon looking good. Okay, Amazon breaking above these pivots.
So they're actually not first in this public beat thing, but this is going to come to every brokerage. Agentic brokerage, I think, is great because a lot of people work for a living. They're busy at their jobs all day, not sitting in front of a screen, and they don't have the wherewithal to concentrate and get every single move that they want to make right. If you can give instructions to your brokerage when such and such stock does this, beyond a stop loss or a buy stop limit or something, and you actually want the thing to do a little bit of thinking, but more than thinking, execute for you, I think that's where the business is going. I think you'll see professionals utilizing these tools as well on larger trading desks. And I think it's a positive development. Of course, like all positive developments and all innovation, there will be people that use this to do things that are not advisable. There will be people that use this recklessly. But the technology is super cool, and I think it's great that Robinhood is making it available. I just hope they're doing so in such a way that they won't let somebody blow themselves up while they're busy working at a school or a hospital or something.
Yeah, you don't.
8 years, and I've never not had an opinion. Kind of excited.
First for everything. I hope you're gathering it because I'm coming back to it just at the end. So
How does it relate to Micron?
Oh, God.
Sorry,
Let's
keep
not go
going.
back.
You have an opinion on Micron?
I do.
when we come back around, and I'm going to give you a moment. I'm going to give you a moment to come up with something. So, all right. But the hourglass has been turned over. So, and then I'm coming to you in a minute. So, Liz,
Yes.
I'm not asking you to speak as a representative of SoFi.
Okay.
Maybe some similar cohort exists between Robinhood and SoFi. I'm wondering what you think, based on the understanding of that cohort that you probably have better than most others. Just what you think about this, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, I think there's very strong appetite for innovation across that cohort, and companies.
Okay, here goes Google. Google's on the move now. Google. Okay, there goes Google.
With blockchain technology to figure out what works and where the innovation is good and where it's bad. I think the biggest challenge for a lot of companies, particularly in the brokerage space, is balancing that desire for innovation and giving their customers what they want, while also providing safety and providing trust. And that's where this experimentation is going to be interesting to watch. And time will tell how it all shakes out and what works and what doesn't.
Okay, nice little pop in Google.
Over the course of this year.
So Robinhood, which we own, is chasing interactive brokers, as is Coinbase. They're all right now trying to diversify the product model and the offering that they have, so they are not known specifically for one thing. Coinbase being cryptocurrency, Robinhood being the meme trading. Coinbase announced an AI agent that's going to allow you, whether you want to use OpenAI or Claude, to be able to transact on cryptocurrencies. It's just one large attempt by what are less mature trading platforms and interactive brokers to become more like interactive brokers. And I'm not going to be the one to say that they're not going to succeed.
Are you tempted to have an AI agent maybe participate in running the Joe T?
The answer to that would be absolutely never.
Really?
Never.
I couldn't even get the words out because it was such a preposterous.
What would I be doing here if that was the case?
That was totally preposterous. I apologize. I couldn't resist. Okay. Are you ready now?
Yes. Okay, so I really appreciate the discussion that we all had.
Okay. Well,
And where I get
we have.
stuck, yeah,
Now we're having.
building off of that.
It's nice to welcome you to it.
Thank you. Well, you know, it said like Robinhood and Joe owns it, so I'm like, great, I have nothing to say. I won't need to participate on this one. But I think the challenge is that it's so easy to say that this is all about ethics. And that can they build this in a way that gives ethical, that gives ethical responses and intelligent responses. And then it's easy to poke at AI. And this goes far back.
All right, there goes Amazon and Google.
My side of the business too, when you
Amazon, Google.
Can you use AI as your analyst? Can you use AI as a portfolio manager? Can you have it do research for you? And I think that the challenge that I'm coming up with is, look, humans aren't terribly ethical either. Some of us are, some of us aren't. And this business is riddled with a lot of unethical people. So why should the AI model end up being any less ethical? Humans make terrible investment decisions and come to terrible analysis conclusions on different stocks. Why would AI be any different? So I think if it can lower the costs and do a better than average job than a human, it could be really beneficial. But it's going to be a challenge to get there, and there's going to be all sorts of unintended consequences that we won't know until it's been out for a while. So it's a little scary, but I think it's exciting. And
It was worth the wait.
Thank
Yeah, it was
you.
worth the wait.
I like that. Sounds like you're worried the AI agents will put people into Micron.
It's
You
worth
know
the
what?
wait.
This is getting ridiculous.
I apologize for my snarkiness earlier. But it's nice to welcome you.
It'd be
to
so
the debate.
Oh, there goes Google.
Debate.
Oh, you're
That's what we do.
There goes Google. Shot out of a cannon.
All right, so Scott, with the big SpaceX IPO looming large, just how much are traders and investors clamoring to get a piece of the action, not just for the highly anticipated IPO, but space companies overall? We're going to take a look at some of the key metrics to watch when ETF Edge on the halftime report returns after this break.
Okay, watch that NVIDIA. If NVIDIA catches a bid here, these calls are cheap. Let me go back to NVIDIA. Maybe I want to double up. Buy about 50 of these things. 212.50s. What do they look? It looks like this is going to start to gear up, right? NVIDIA. Tesla. It's got to get through VWAP, though. VWAP is the only thing. Yeah. All right. So Amazon and Google are doing really well. So I'll come back to this in a minute. But Google, Amazon, these are zipping higher. Nice bounce off the low. Google. Nice bounce. Okay. Let me see. How much Google do I have? Do I want to add to Google? August. Google. I have August. 400 calls. All right. So, ooh, that would be nice. That would be nice. Let's get this going. Let's get this party started. There goes Microsoft starting to turn now. Microsoft. Okay, NVIDIA, go. Go already, NVIDIA. Okay, watch NVIDIA. Not going to take much for NVIDIA to go. 212.50s are $1.50 or so. If these start going, they're gonna move from 18 cents, whatever they are right now, to 30, 40, 50 cents quickly. So you need to hit it with a pretty decent size. Okay, watching that. Meta's turning up. Looking for Tesla to cooperate as well. Tesla. All right, let's go. LETS, GeoCRM was okay yesterday. Okay, what's Rackspace doing? I haven't looked at that today. Okay, that's down a little bit. Rackspace trading $4.68. Okay, here goes NVIDIA. Watch NVIDIA go. Watch NVIDIA. See if I can get some more of these calls. NVIDIA calls. NVIDIA. Okay, Micron.
All right, welcome back to ETF Edge on the halftime report. Space-related stocks have been getting a lot more attention these days over the last several years, of course, but things are hitting fever pitch levels with the upcoming SpaceX IPO. So that bar is high. What constitutes a successful IPO, not just for the company, but investors, and what needs to happen for other companies in the industry to keep that momentum going? Here to help break us all down is Mike Akins, the founding partner over at ETF Action. This thematic has been in play for quite some time. Space stocks, and now there's ETFs galore to match them. What exactly are you seeing?
Okay, added to NVIDIA, 212.50s.
Or otherwise, to tell you about what's happening with space.
Yeah, so I think like the space ETF play has been around for a while, right? UFO, there's Rocket from State Street. There's a lot of tickers have been tracking this, but obviously, I think the ETF is just a wrapper. And if you think about it, we're going 4th of July. Think of the ETF as a firecracker, right? You need a fuse, something to light it off, and obviously SpaceX is acting like that. And then with NASA, the ETF that's grown, tenfold in the last 3 weeks, you have actual allocation to that SpaceX. So I think that's just kind of lit the fuse on this, and now you've got a whole lot of attention going to a relatively small space when you get underneath the hood of these ETFs.
So it's interesting because many of those space ETFs, they were smaller in size, and now they've grown not just because of the inflows, but because the underlying assets have caught up as well. How much does thematic investing play into asset gathering, especially for these thematic ETFs like space-related ones?
I think the ETF provides transparency into what the narrative's all about, right? So you have really smart people building these products, putting them together, and it's fully transparent. So suddenly the world knows. And with thematic, is you have a very big retail following that creates that democratization to an instant access to a trade. And whether that's a good trade right now or a bad trade, that's a different story. But they bring attention to it and they make it easy for the masses to understand what are the companies driving this story that you guys are talking about.
It's still the case right now, guys, that there are more ETFs listed than there are actually single stocks in the market right now, just to give you an idea of those thematic ETFs. Now, for more, go to etfedge.cnbc.com. We got that and Maurice Potts at Tema, who's just launched that NASA space ETF. Scott, big conversation. I'll send things back over to you. Domino, thank you very much. Dom Chu. Josh Brown is
Okay, NVIDIA's about to go here.
an update there. We'll do them both next.
All right, goes, there it goes. Do-do-do-do. There we go. There we go. All right, there we go with NVIDIA starting to climb now. NVIDIA climbing here. This could get really nasty for the bears. They start covering. All right, so looking pretty good. So far, so good. Let's go, LETSGO. Let's go. Microsoft, a little pop there, looking good. Okay.
Through some moves in best stocks, Josh. You sold Archer.
Yes.
You doubled your position in Joby.
Yeah.
So you're a little less into the low altitude economy, a little less exposed.
No, I actually am picking one.
Are you picking one?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I started out investing in the low orbit economy, or whatever people want to call it these days. Low Earth. I bought Planet Labs, which I sold too early, and it quadrupled. I also bought Archer and Joby, and I've decided, based on recent news and developments, that Joby is going to
All right, here we go.
in the short term.
NVIDIA's on the move now.
They've got probably a clearer path to FAA type certification, and I think they'll get these vehicles working as taxis quicker.
Okay, let's go. LETSGO.
I don't want to own both. I new position, very small here. This is Brad Jacobs. He's had lightning strike multiple times.
Okay, there goes Intel. Intel turning back up.
Very aggressive about acquisitions and ends up taking them over. XPO being the most prominent example. QXO is building products. This is one of the last gigantic fragmented markets. You wouldn't believe how many companies are out there doing tiles, doing roofs, doing all sorts of things in building products, and he is going to very aggressively roll them up. I think lightning will strike again. It's a starter position. I'm new here, but planning to be around for a while.
Okay, your spotlight today on the best stocks is in the transports. Why so?
Yes. So the two stocks we talked about are both down a lot.
All right, 212s are doing well here.
The best stocks in the market.
Okay, that was a quick move.
Reputation names. We've been talking about them for a long time. The last time we brought you CSX was on December 22nd. We said it was a breakout progress, getting out of that 35, 36 range. It worked. The stock went up 10, 12 points. I bring it back to your attention because after a consolidation period, it's breaking out yet again. Traders who rode that December setup have earned the right to tighten their stops. I like 43, which is that rising 50-day. At minimum, you're locking in a gain there, but it'll allow you to stay in the stock long enough. For investors, I'd use that 42, 43 zone that has been support prior. Again, as the stock takes out 47, there really are no natural sellers. Everybody long this name is in profits, and the fundamental outlook is improving literally by the week. The earnings growth, the operating leverage, etc. So I like the story. I think she rolls above 50.
Jenny, you've got XPO, GXO. Thoughts?
Yep. I mean, they were one company, but they're very different now. One's long-term freight, one is the operations and logistics side, but they're both cheap. So you've got GXO, and this is just a fundamental story.
Did you look at this one yet?
QXO?
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't work because it doesn't have the free cash flow yet. But just like we own URI, United Rentals, which was the same thing that he did in the rentals business, and it's one of the best performers. It's up like 1,000+% in our growth portfolio. So you got to believe in Brad Jacobs. But on our growth strategy, we have that 5% or better free cash flow yield. So with GXO, you've got a 6.5% free cash flow yield, 15 times earnings. On XPO, just because it's up 55% this year, the free cash flow yield's a little low. It's 2.5%, but trading at 40 times earnings. So we might need to take some off the table there just on valuation. Story-wise, they're both great, and it's kind of your same thesis. There's just like long-term upside in both of them.
We have very strong momentum right now in the transports. Some other names that were not mentioned: FedEx, JB Hunt, and Old Dominion, which we own in the ETF.
Okay. Centoli's next.
All right, it goes Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft going. Okay, futures continue to move a bit higher. Futures, so what's IWM doing? IWM, looking for that to continue. Okay, IWM headed back up to the highs. We've got 29300 call spread, so that one can last a while. That one can work a while, so we've got plenty of time on that. July. Okay, IWM. Google just off the high. Google. All right, looks okay. NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA. Little hesitation there at 212. Microsoft's still cruising. Let's go back and check out Microsoft. Okay, turning back up, Microsoft. Let's see if Microsoft can get back up to the highs. That was a pretty nice run up earlier. David mentioned it early. Microsoft had that big run up, buying a dip early. He was buying a pretty big position. That ran up. Looks good.
Senior markets commentator, overtime co-anchor Michael Santoli joins us for his midday word. I mean, the chips are down. Micron's up.
It is. I think the more relevant piece of that, perhaps today, is that the chips in general are down. So after this run, we've had S&P up 19% since the March 30th lows. NDX, obviously, being sustained by this semis stratospheric move. I think if you want to create a bullish forward-looking thesis from here, it's days like today to allow the market to reset and rebalance a little bit, let the leadership cool off. You have the indexes that are looking pretty stretched versus their trend lines. And so you see things like laggards, the less crowded parts of the market getting a bid because yields are down and oil's down, like consumer cyclicals. I don't think that's a leadership transition. I don't think this is the called for broadening of the market on a sustained basis, but you want to have it just basically gather itself up a little bit here, because otherwise the hard way is you get melt-ups and blow-offs and it becomes a more unstable.
So Wayfair, you seeing Wayfair?
The market just doesn't feel like
Let's take a look at Wayfair. That's a retailer as well. Okay, so you're looking at the 105. Okay, they sold short. They sold calls at 105. What's that for earnings?
To the upside, but I do think that's right. We are waiting for something to solidify there, and I think that the ideal case is that it doesn't remain in limbo for much longer, with Micron, going up 5% a day and getting even more extended.
All right, let's see in a couple hours on closing bell, and I look forward to that. Mike, thank you. That's Mike Santoli. We'll do finals next.
Yeah, Pfizer. Pfizer. Yeah, I like it. Not because it just dipped too. Yeah, Pfizer. I like that too. All right, let me take a look at Pfizer. Okay, it's dipping right now, Pfizer. So I like it better here. Pfizer. Okay, what were you looking at, Pfizer? You were looking at August 26th. Yeah, I like it. August 26th. I'm going to buy some of these. Yeah, I agree with you. I like it. Pfizer. August 26th. I like that. Okay, those are going for $1.28 by $1.32. Okay, I like those. 26s. Okay, I bought a few of those. Filled at $1.30.
All right, let's do some calls of the day. We're going to start with Exxon, the target for 175 from 159. Josh Brown.
Yeah, look, I think this is a stock that remains buoyant regardless of the day-to-day, will they or won't they true stuff. And mostly the reason for that is the earnings are going to come in. You've got this elevated price for energy, and Exxon is playing all over the world, so I'm staying long here.
Okay, buoyant. I like that. Nice. Ecolab, upgraded to a buy, target to 325 at UBS. Joe T.
Acquisition here that'll close in Q3. It's called Cool IT Systems. It's going to shift this company, which is hygiene and water, more towards semiconductor water filtration and get it involved in the AI data center universe. Materials name.
Brilliant.
Used to be industrials, now it's materials.
Agilent, outperform 153 at RBC.
They
report earnings today, by the way.
I'd love to see that. Remember, last quarter was a pretty bad miss. This healthcare name needs to
Yep.
pretty good stories.
Okay.
All right, we got a bond auction coming up.
Chris Barone, Brian Levitt, Dan Ives, and Doug Clinton. I look forward to seeing you then. All right, now, the last break, Jenny's like, Scott, you're going to love my final trade.
Love it.
The moment has arrived.
Bond auction coming up.
You know why?
I'm a hard
Do you know
tough
what
critic.
next week is?
What is it?
Next week, Scott, is the Real Estate Investment Trust Conference. All of our favorites. So
All right.
anticipation
All right.
of being
Your
at the
Super Bowl.
my Super Bowl.
What do you got?
I'm giving you Rentals, which is
We like that name.
basically a skilled nursing home retirement. So it's perfect in Josh's Halo strategy. It's also 20 times FFO and 10% earnings growth.
Okay.
So it works.
All right.
And it's real estate.
Great. Love it. How excited you are about that. Love that.
So excited.
Liz Thomas.
Cash cows ETFs. Top two sectors are my two favorites: technology and healthcare.
Joe T.
Remarkably so, strong momentum in Ford.
JB.
QXL.
See you at 3.
Thank you very much, Scott. The Trillionaire.
Thank you very much, Kelly.
We had it down in some places below. Now we can't help but California where they charge so much tax that you lower it and they charge tax. They've got to straighten the act out in California, but we had a gasoline down to a very low number. I think we'll be hitting that number shortly after that whole excursion ends. But regardless of anything,
Microsoft, okay. NVIDIA trying to gear up again. Looks like it. Okay, looking for a higher low, higher high. NVIDIA. Google looking good for the breakout. Google, I like it too. Dollar, yeah.
but at the same time, we have a tremendous amount of oil, gas, coal. We have tremendous amounts of energy. We're blessed with something very special. Those prices are going to come down. They're going to come down fast. I think that you'll see, actually, Todd, I think you're going to see lower prices than we had even before we did this. Now, I knew there'd be an increase. I said, we have a choice. We don't have to do anything in 2 years or 1 year or 2 months, because Iran would have had, if we didn't hit them with the B-2 bombers, Iran would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks from that date, because they were ready to go. And if they had a nuclear weapon, it would have been used already. It also would have been used had I not terminated the Obama deal, the Iran nuclear deal, as we call it. That was in my first term. Had I not terminated that, they would have had a nuclear time ago. I would say it was a guarantee that it would have been used, and it would have blown up Israel, it would have blown up the entire Middle East, and that's never going to happen. Yeah.
On the shooting on Iran, would you be comfortable with Russia or China taking their stockpile of highly enriched uranium and have the offers?
No, I wouldn't be comfortable. I would never be comfortable.
Let's considering easing sanctions on Iran to allow Iran to sell its crude to market.
Well, we're not talking about any easing of sanctions or giving money, no sanctions, no money, no nothing. We have control of money that they claim is theirs. We'll keep control of that money. When they behave properly and when they do what's right, we'll let them have their money. But right now, we're not doing that, and it's one thing is not contingent on the other.
Mr. President, on the shooting last weekend, it came barely a month after the third
App Lovin' number 1.
What was your reaction when you first heard about
Just go here. App Lovin'.
Well, I can't think about it because if I thought about it a lot, you know, I would be a very good president. I wouldn't be here, probably. I'd be up in some room with a hospital and say, just leave me alone. So I can't really think about it. It says something. It's a sad part of life. It's a dangerous business. What I'm doing is a dangerous business. And they say, and look, we've been maybe the most consequential, but we certainly have been one of the most consequential. This group has been a very consequential administration. And they say if you're not consequential, you don't have so much problem. If you are consequential, you do. So you have to look at that. But it's a shame. It's a very sad fact of life. Look, anybody in office, not only in this country, in other countries too, but when you are a consequential president, your life is in grave danger. I knew that. Yeah.
Mr. President, how would you characterize the current state of the talks with Iran? I guess if it were a football field, what yard line would you be on?
Well, I think we're doing very well. They are starting to give us the things that they have to give us. And if they do, that's great. And if they won't, then the man on my left is going to finish them off.
Is there a time frame in your mind?
What?
Is there a time frame in your mind?
Nothing happens quickly. The problem is every time you mention a time frame, for instance,
App Lovin' continuation.
you know, we've been doing this for a few months. Vietnam lasted 19 years. Korea lasted 8 years. Afghanistan lasted many years. They were all many, many years. And we went into it for a few months, and I read about you people like you.
Oh, boy.
Between two wars, two big wars, Venezuela and Iran, we lost 13 souls, 13 great people, like the parents, great people. And it's a terrible thing, but 13. If you look at the war casualties and the deaths and wars from Vietnam and all that, there was hundreds of thousands of people in numbers of these wars. We're very cognizant of that. We want to lose very few. We want very few to be injured. We're very careful. But war is war. War is dangerous. But we've lost 13 or so. The Democrats took an ad putting in the 13 people that we lost. And when you look at hundreds of thousands of people who were lost in the Middle East, Iraq, all the different wars we were in, we have done an amazing job. With that being said, I hate to lose 13. I hate to lose one. But we've been very capable. When you think of it, we took over Venezuela in one day. We have done a similar job, but we said, well, give them a little chance at the request of somebody that we greatly respect from Pakistan, the Field Marshal and the Prime Minister. They asked us, would we pause the war for a little while because they'd like to do so. We will do that. But we had beat, no better than we could close that out very quickly. If we can do it in a different way, that'd be good. If we get everything we want, but we could close that out very, very quickly, and we may have to. I don't think so, but we may have to.
Mr. President, let's talk about the World Cup, if I could. The U.S. spent a lot of money getting the World Cup here and increasing the infrastructure. Does the economic benefit outweigh the cost?
The World Cup is great. It's the most successful they've ever had. Ticket-wise, they've never had anything to sold so quickly. It's amazing because it's the United States. You don't think of I call it soccer. It's just easier to do.
Microsoft just rolled over. NVIDIA no follow through at the moment.
But most people never thought they'd see anything like that. The World Cup it's turned out to be the most successful World Cup from the standpoint of what's happening, and then they've ever had. Yeah.
Futures rolling over. Okay, so we had that bond auction. Bond auction.
The nice facility. I'd love to change the name. They do a great job, and it's all paid for protesters. You can see by the signs. The signs are all made by the same beautiful factory. It's a printing plant. In fact, I'm thinking about using it. They do such a nice job. These aren't protesters. These people are fake. They're all paid for. And I will tell you, Tom Holman and that whole group, and now Mark Wayne is so.
Okay, Microsoft rolling over a bit. NVIDIA as well. Looking for another higher low and a higher high. Okay, we've got, 2 hours, 51 minutes to go.
And these are the people they're trying to protect. There's nobody that runs a facility like we do. Mark Wayne?
It shows this radical left Democrats' priorities when they decide to go out and protest a detention center where we're housing rapists, child predators, murderers, drug users. Do they choose Memorial Day of all the time to go protest something that they say that they're
Okay, Pfizer. Let's see, Pfizer. A couple of big trades on Pfizer. PFE. Okay, that pulled back a bit. Pfizer looking for a bounce. App loving. App loving. Looking for the breakout continuation. Wayfarer bouncing above the 50-day. Target having a good day. Target. Abercrombie and Fitch. Some of these retailers looking really good. Oracle, still no follow through in Oracle. It's like Microsoft, you just got to be patient, I guess. It's going to be much higher. Just a matter of when all the money is focused on some of these big names like Micron. Amazon, Google, watching those two. Apple making new all-time highs today. Breath has been looking good, right? Breath has been good. IWM pulling back a little bit. Breath has looked good as well. Okay, so S&P 500 diff been a little bit now. It was higher earlier. All of these are tapering a little bit during the B and C. This will fluctuate during the day. B and C pivots. If we get a D towards the end of the day, these all could turn upward. Number of stocks trading above their 20-day. Always like to take a look at that and see if it's doing what we think it should be doing. Oh, what we suspect it's doing. Okay, so here's the. Okay, so we got a little bit of a shooting star right there, but we broke out above recent pivot highs, new all-time highs on the S&P equal weight. Number of stocks above the 20-day hit 60% plus and then turned back down a little bit. So we're looking for a little squiggle. Number of stocks above the 50-day in the lower panel. Okay, lower panel here, number of stocks above the 50-day. This is number of stocks above the 20-day. Okay, breaking out S&P equal weight index. That looks okay. And prior to that, we were looking at breadth. These are backed off during the B and C pivots. This time of day is not unusual. Looking for those to turn up by the end of the day.
The worst agreement ever signed was by Barack Hussein. What a horrible agreement that was. It was a setback for this country, for the whole world. The Middle East would have blown itself up. No, I would like to have the countries we were talking about, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, and the others. We'd like to have them immediately join the MC Woodcock is working on that with Jared and some others. We would like to have them join the Abraham Accords. It'll be historic if they do it. I think they owe that to us. To be honest, I think because that really would be a tremendous sign, and I think those countries owe it to us. Steve, are you going to get them to sign?
We're definitely pushing it, Mr. President.
I'm not sure we should make the deal if they don't sign. You want to know the deal? If they don't sign to join the Abraham Accords, I don't know that we have countries in there already. UAE, great countries, both countries, and it's turned out to be so good, so effective, and so we're requesting strongly that they join. It'll be great. It'll be great for Saudi Arabia. It'll be great for Qatar, Kuwait, the whole group.
So the Iran deal might be contingent on more countries joining.
I don't want to say that. I'm not going to give you, what's contingent, what's not. I can say that.
Okay.
We can make a good deal right now, maybe not a great deal. If it's not a great deal, we're not making it. Because we can make a great deal with this guy right here. And but it's, it's a lot nastier. Probably wouldn't go as quickly. We wouldn't be talking about as quickly, but it would be foolproof. But I think we're doing very well, Steve. I think we're doing pretty well in terms of the negotiation. We'll see.
Okay, NVIDIA fading a bit from the high. Okay.
Whatever it was the worst deal. It was a path for Iran to have a nuclear weapon very quickly. Years ago, they would have had a nuclear weapon.
Okay, I'm going to take a few minutes, take a break. I'll be right back.
He should have picked another country. I won't tell you what it was. But he picked the wrong country when he picked Iran. But we have things understood now with Iran. It's been nasty. They've lost their leaders. And it really is regime change. We didn't set out for regime change. But by the fact that we're dealing with a totally different group of people than we were at the beginning, and frankly, I find them to be much more reasonable. I actually find them to be smarter. I find them to be much more reasonable. This is regime change. One regime is gone, another regime is gone, we're dealing with the third. Pieces of it, because some of them are gone too. And I find them, I think, how can you have a strong regime change in that? So I do find that. I'd like to thank you all very much. We're doing great. Our country is doing fantastically well, and this group of people is outstanding. Thank you.
There you have it from the President of the United States and his cabinet in what was a more than hour-long conversation that evolved into a back and forth with reporters, including Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. I'm Joe Matthew, live in Washington. This is the Wednesday edition of Balance of Power alongside Kaylee Lyons. We did hear a lot of rhetoric today, Kaylee. We just didn't hear a lot of news when it comes specifically to negotiations with Iran, knowing that there were reports this morning that the market's in a great and optimistic mood about a memo of understanding that came from Iranian state media. The president, the administration called that fabricated. So we seem to be back where we were yesterday with regard to this standoff.
Yeah, but we did hear more about the Strait of Hormuz from President Trump when he was asked specifically about a potential tolling system. He said the Strait of Hormuz will be open to everybody, that nobody is going to control Hormuz, and that the United States will watch over. And interesting for him to draw Oman into this, not just Iran. Of course, Iranian state media have reported Iran and Oman would have some kind of control over shipping in the Strait. He says Oman will behave or we'll have to blow them up. So perhaps targeting another partner, frankly, of the United States in this over the strait.
Assuming he didn't mean Iran in that statement, that did catch a few people off guard. The president earlier saying that they're negotiating on fuels, the language he used. Maybe we'll just have to go back in and finish it, maybe not. He's clearly dealing with a 50-50, it seems, still having been presented with military options. This was originally a cabinet meeting that was supposed to take place in Camp David because of bad weather. They did this in the White House, which kind of removed some of the urgency. Folks thought that choice of venue might be an indication as to maybe resuming strikes.
Yeah, well, we heard from the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, that they want to give diplomacy every chance to succeed. We just aren't sure what those chances of success actually are right now, as the president continually pointed to his left to the defense secretary, Pete Hegseth, suggesting that a military option going back in is always a must.
So we still got oil prices lower. They're off their lows of the day, but the stocks rolled over a little bit here as markets have been trying hard to kind of figure out exactly where the news is pointing.
Yeah, so let's get a sense of where these markets are pointing as we turn now for a check on those to Charlie Pellet at the New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hello there, Joe Kelly, and right now we do have stocks trading lower. The S&P down 13 right now. Stocks have halted the rally on conflicting U.S.-Iran signals. You heard the president during the cabinet meeting saying that he's not satisfied in the Iran talks, casting doubt on a quick deal. So right now we've got stocks lower, the S&P 500 index bouncing off the bottom, but right now, again, a loss of 11 points. The S&P lower now by just about 1/10 of 1%. Indeed, while the cabinet meeting was underway and while the president was talking, the S&P did fall to session lows. The Dow, however, holding on to gains up 206 right now. That is a gain of just about 0.4%. Nasdaq Composite Index down 0.3%. The Nasdaq 100 Index lower as well as the tech rally fizzles, down now by 0.5%. And the Russell 2000 Index, which had been higher earlier on, now lower. Changed. All of this with a VIX below 16, the 10-year 4.48%, gold down $60 the ounce, down 1.3%, 44.46. But as you guys alluded to, crude, the big story today, 89.67. Crude continues to move lower, down 4.5% on WTI. A barrel of Brent right now holding above 95.40. Brent crude down by 4.2%. So again, recapping here, the S&P 500 index is lower, bouncing off the bottom, down now by 0.1%. West Texas Intermediate crude 89.61 a barrel, down 4.5%. Joe and Kaylee, that was a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet checking on the markets for us. Thank you so much. Clearly not as much optimism in the markets now as we saw earlier, as the White House, of course, has pushed back on what Iranian state media was saying about a potential memorandum of understanding. All that said, President Trump speaking with his cabinet assembled at the White House just moments ago, as we saw and heard live here on Bloomberg TV and radio, does still express a certain degree of optimism around negotiations with Iran. He says that he does think it is going well in those negotiations. But interesting, Joe, to hear him once again call back to the Abraham Accords and question about whether a deal with Iran can happen in absence of other countries like Saudi Arabia and the UAE signing on to the Abraham Accords. He says he's not sure if that deal should be made if the Abraham Accords are not permanent.
The reporters then trying to follow up to see if that would be contingent on having a deal. He didn't really seem to answer that, so that's unclear. Remembering that he had put on Truth Social over the long weekend what he referred to as a mandatory request that those nations throughout the Middle East sign on to the Abraham Accords. That's something that emerged very late in the conversation here in the cabinet meeting. Kaylee, he was also asked about whether people's personal finances or the price of gas, remembering the comment he had made a couple of weeks ago, might in fact draw him closer to or inspire a deal. He said they thought they were going to outweight me. He's got the midterms. I don't care about the midterms. Look at what happened last night. He said that was the prelude to the midterms. But of course, as we know, he dispatched a longtime senior Republican senator last night in Texas. He was referring to John Cornyn, not the actual vanquishing of a Democrat. So that has yet to be tested.
Yeah, so of course there's a lot of tests that still could come between now and November for the president domestically, politically, and a lot of that could depend on whether or not these negotiations ultimately prove fruitful and to end.
Well, that's absolutely right. It's where we want to begin with Derek Wallbank, Bloomberg News senior editor, is joining us now live from San Francisco. And Derek, it's great to have you. What are your thoughts on everything that we just heard in this standoff that doesn't seem to have an end in sight?
Well, thank you so much for having me. Yeah, look, it's really clear that Donald Trump is trying to find an exit ramp from the conflict in Iran that he really started. And it's trying to get to a winning hand. And what does that look like? Now, Donald Trump has a couple of things that are difficult. You mentioned the price of gasoline. You know, Patrick Tahana at Gas Buddy was saying that over the Memorial Day weekend, about 12 states hit their Memorial Day highs. And 7 of those states, by my count, voted for Donald Trump for president. So this is squeezing his voters, not just coastal state voters. You're talking about an average somewhere around or above, $500 million that Americans are paying at the pump extra per day. So you are seeing some economic effects there. But at the same time, Trump does not want to exit Iran in any sort of way, even though we're in a ceasefire and have been for some while, a fragile but holding one. He doesn't want to exit in any way that unfavorably compares to President Obama's Iran nuclear deal that Donald Trump was a longtime critic of before coming to the White House. So those two things are a little bit difficult because a lot of the options on the table right now are not necessarily great or are just trying to get back to a pre-war baseline.
Well, Derek, with the allusions to the Obama nuclear deal, of which, of course, we saw some sanctions relief and actual money exchanging hands from the United States to the Iranians, when asked specifically by our colleague Tyler Kendall about the idea of sanctions relief for Iranian oil, President Trump said, "We're not talking about the easing of any sanctions, no money, no nothing," suggesting that the U.S. will keep control of Iran's money. So if that's the case, if we're not talking about sanctions relief or the unfreezing of Iranian funds, what concessions realistically are on the table when it comes to Iran? Are we really to believe that there's none?
Well, I think it's a great question. I think Iran is talking about sanctions relief. I think it's one of their main points. So there is a difference that we've seen between what Iran has said is on the table and what the president has said is on the table. Certainly, when you go back to that Iran nuclear deal, previously, the issue of U.S. payments to Iran or unfreezing money to Iran, or however you want to categorize that, was certainly one that Trump himself made a massive issue, and he does not want to get tarred by the same brush, right? You do have these competing kind of interests, right? And on the one hand, as you're trying to find an exit ramp, there are conditions that are going to have to come with that Iran's going to have to feel like they want to do too, because they have agency in this stake as well. It's not just an issue that the United States is in position to just write the terms of this and everybody else is going to sign on. That's not where we are at this moment right now. So Iran's going to have something to say about that as well. And that, increases the level of difficulty here. It's also why I'm looking very heavily at what Trump's allies are talking about. And you can see some Republicans on sort of the more hawkish side, still Trump allies very, very much. Lindsey Graham, is very, very close to the president, for example. But the hawks in his conference, in his coalition, have been saying quite openly that they don't want him to sign on to some of the things that have been rumored that are floating around that might be on the table. So he's getting pushback there as well.
All right, Derek Walbank, Bloomberg News senior editor, thank you so much for joining us. And we want to continue the conversation and get some analysis now from Jen Gavito, senior advisor with the Cohen Group and former acting principal deputy assistant secretary of state for Near Eastern Affairs under President Biden. She also served in a number of diplomatic roles under Obama and Trump one as well. Jen, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. As we consider the prospect of a diplomatic breakthrough here, it seems once again the two sides, at least in public, are talking past each other, both suggesting that one side has agreed to something, the other side says absolutely not. Do you have any sense of whether real forward progress is being made?
So I do think that the fact that the negotiations are ongoing remains a positive sign. And fundamentally, at the end of the day, this is only going to be resolved through negotiation, not through military force, regardless of whether the president chooses to revert to that or not. I do find it concerning, though, in the statements coming out of the cabinet meeting, that the president has again reverted to very maximalist positions that make it much harder, I think, for him to walk back from in a domestic sense, saying things like it's not enough to destroy the nuclear material in the country. It has to be shipped out. That's very difficult to do. And on the point of economic relief, that is indeed Iran's number one requirement, some sort of relief of economic pressure. And so fundamentally, again, as your correspondent just said, this is a negotiation between two parties. Both of them have agency, and there's going to have to be some amount of concession given by both sides in order to bring this over the finish line.
Well,
it's always great to spend some time with you, Jen. I just checked while you were talking. Last time you joined us here on Balance of Power was 3 weeks ago when the Iran war hit the 60-day mark. Has anything actually changed in that period of time?
No, very little. And I think that this is a reflection of, what President Trump is grappling with right now, which is competing instincts. On one hand, to cut his losses. Again, going back to the idea that this conflict is not going to be won militarily. And so you can walk away and try to get whatever you can out of these negotiations. Or you can return to armed conflict, which he again suggested today he might be willing to do. And to your point, Joe, he's been recommending this or suggesting that this might be in the cards for the last several weeks. I think the fact that hasn't happened yet, though, is a reflection of the reality that it would not fundamentally change the calculus. And so I think we're stuck in this limbo of the perfect being the enemy of the good, frankly.
Well, what is the good as you would define it, Jen? As the president continually says he's not going to make a deal if it's not a great one. What do you think is the best the United States can hope for at this point?
So I do think that a strategic victory here is going to prove extremely elusive. Probably the best that can be hoped for at this point is that the Strait of Hormuz is opened without conditions and that global trade recommences largely at the scale eventually at which it was 12, 13 weeks ago when this all began. I think in order for the president to strike a deal, for this to not be kind of a strategic loss for the United States, there will also have to be some progress on the nuclear issue. But if that progress looks like agreement to push out enrichment timelines for a period of a number of years, and to give up in some way, not necessarily shipping out of the country, those massive stockpiles of highly enriched uranium, I think that is probably about as good as it's going to get, especially combined with the fact that the United States military has indeed done significant damage to Iran's drone and missile programs. Those will be rebuilt in time, and that will continue to be a concern, just like it will continue to be a concern that Iran can wield the weapon that is now the Strait of Hormuz at time of its choosing in the future. So the options are fairly limited, but so are the options for fundamentally changing that calculation.
We haven't mentioned Israel yet, Jen. Before you leave us, how important is the activity that we're seeing, the continued fighting between Israel and Lebanon, and will that be what keeps the deal from being struck?
This is extremely consequential. Prime Minister Netanyahu has reportedly told his advisors that he's frustrated by the lack of leverage that he has over President Trump and has been openly concerned about the parameters of the rumor deal that is taking shape. And to be clear, whatever quibbling happens over that deal, that will continue to be the case for Israel. This will not be the outcome that they wanted. And so with very little leverage directly, and with Iran having tied a more permanent ceasefire in Lebanon to its willingness to make a deal with the United States, that is leverage that Prime Minister Netanyahu can wield. Certainly Hezbollah has done its part in this conflict, having launched well over 100 rockets into northern Israel. But both parties, Prime Minister Netanyahu and Hezbollah, have good reason in their own minds, for their own reasons, to play the spoiler in this, and that is, I think, what we're seeing play out now.
Jen, it's always great to spend some time with you. Thank you, as ever, Jen DeVito. With the Cullen Group, I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington as we add the voice of Jeannie Sheehan Zaino to our conversation. Bloomberg Politics contributor, Democratic analyst, and democracy visiting fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center. Jeannie, we've got a headline from the Associated Press. Since we took air today, the Israeli military is telling residents across southern Lebanon to leave as it expands operations there. And this comes as the country launched more than 120 airstrikes against Lebanon in the last 24 hours. Is this the actual conflict we should be paying attention to?
It certainly is. I mean, I think we have to pay attention to both. But of course, Benjamin Netanyahu said publicly that none of what the president reported over the weekend and the back and forth on a potential memorandum was going to stop him from putting the pedal, he said, harder on Lebanon than he was. And that is what we're seeing. And interestingly, you've also got a group of people saying, if the president is able to negotiate an end to the war with Iran, Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel will be so unhappy that we will have to turn our attention more directly to Gaza, the West Bank, and Lebanon, where we may see even more attacks occur as they continue to battle on. And so, this end of a potential war, if we get it with the U.S. and Iran, is not going to end that conflict. And Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu have been very clear. None of the objectives that the Prime Minister of Israel set forward when this war started have been met. We still got Hezbollah, we still got Iran's regime, despite what the president said, and we still have a nuclear Iran. If they don't address those in a deal, he is not going to go quietly into the night.
Well, and so long as there's not a two-state solution, as you allude to Gaza, Jeannie, it seems unlikely that many of these Gulf states are going to be signing on to the Abraham Accords, and yet President Trump suggests that without the additional sign-ons from countries like Saudi Arabia and the UAE, he's not even sure a deal with Iran should be made. What do you make of the moving of the goalposts here?
Yeah, I think when the president first raised the Abraham Accords, it was really to try to change the conversation. The president, I think, is really right when he is imploring that he needs to get out of this situation. He is correct. He is desperately trying to find a way out. When he put forward this potential memorandum, he got a lot of pushback, including from Netanyahu, including from people like Lindsey Graham and the Hawks. So he thought he might try to adopt the Abraham Accords as a way out. Of course, he was praising the UAE in that meeting for being a member, but it's very clear when you're talking about Qatar, Saudi Arabia, they say that is a non-starter without a Palestinian state or the promise of a Palestinian state. And Israel has been very clear there will not be a Palestinian state. So I think what we're seeing is the president sort of publicly, whether it's on Truth Social or in these meetings, trying to figure a way out of a very difficult situation that is this war of choice that he's gotten himself into. I don't think there's anybody who expects that those countries in the Middle East are going to sign on to the Abraham Accords unless there's a promise of a Palestinian state. And
All right, looking good. NVIDIA.
President goes out of his way, including today the cabinet meeting.
Okay, NVIDIA on the move.
The Vietnam War lasted, the Korean War, World War II, and others. He says this has only been going on for a couple of months. What if this, in fact, does not end before the midterms? What if this standoff continues for the next 6 months or so? We've got oil prices heading lower on hopes for a breakthrough today. But the timeline could be extended dramatically here, could it not? What would that mean for political fortunes in the midterms?
It's very difficult. Despite the president saying at the cabinet meeting, there is no connection. I am doing wonderful. Look at what happened in Texas and elsewhere. He knows full well that there are political implications for his party as a result, just on the issue of oil and gas alone, let alone the cost of everything else. He knows that. The Republican Party knows that. The problem they have here is one of the clock. If they make an agreement today, it'll still be 2 to 3 months before the strait is reopened, and unlikely we have a nuclear deal. And even if they get a 60, 90-day pause, reopen the strait, is the president really going to consider around Labor Day renewing strikes against Iran? I mean, none of this is palatable. And of course, that's a big if. So these are very, very consequential impacts for Republicans in the war. And we see that in the polls. We see that in the consumer confidence numbers. People are feeling very, very concerned about the impact of this war. And the war is not popular. And I don't think we've ever seen a war, Joe, in American history that has gotten more popular while it dragged on. So the longer this goes, the worse for Republicans and the president in the midterm.
All right, Bloomberg Politics contributor Jeannie Shanzano, thank you so much for helping us work through the aftermath of the cabinet meeting the president convened. Of course, just earlier this hour at the White House, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall was in the cabinet room for that meeting and had a chance to question President Trump directly about this war with Iran. And she's now joining us live here on Bloomberg TV and radio. So, Tyler, you pressed him specifically on whether or not sanctions relief was being discussed. His answer was no.
Well, yeah, Kaylee, at this part, the president telling me in part, quote, when they behave properly and when they do what's right, we'll let them have their money. But I asked him about the potential for an easing of sanctions to allow Iran to sell Iranian crude to market because we know that Iran has been demanding some sort.
All right, NVIDIA continues to push higher. There goes NVIDIA. All right, those calls that we purchased right around 80, 85 cents, 90 cents was the highest part. We're up at the offer at $2.55. $2.55. All right, here we go. NVIDIA just jumped. Okay, we're about $2. Oh, what was that? What was that? Okay, let me shift gears here. Let me go here. NVIDIA moving higher. Okay, looks good.
Strategies. Schwab helps me generate retirement income. All this Schwab is everything you need is making me cranky.
Does somebody need a map?
Schwab!
Invest your way with Schwab. Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are. Morning Movers brings traders the biggest headlines to start the day, from volatile overnight swings to the earliest analyst calls. Get your watch list ready. 8 a.m. Eastern, Morning Movers, only on Schwab Network. Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. Now, NVIDIA is doubling down on Taiwan, with their CEO Jensen Huang unveiling plans to dramatically ramp spending with suppliers in that nation. So for some more details on this latest move from NVIDIA, we're now joined by Sam Fadas, host for the Schwab Network. And so, Sam, we're lower by about 1% today in NVIDIA, but pretty big expectations now for roughly $100 billion a year in Taiwan from NVIDIA.
Okay, hedge flows continue to rise. Hedge flows are rising. A lot of purple on the screen. A lot of positive gamma. Okay, NVIDIA is still pushing here. NVIDIA.
It's obviously interesting timing as well, given what Jensen is dealing with over in Beijing too, but I'll get to that in a minute. But Jensen is basically saying that this is the epicenter of AI right now, and he believes that basically this will continue to be the world's tech manufacturing hub for a long time, despite the geopolitics associated with the islands here. And obviously Taiwan is home to TSMC, which makes the chips that NVIDIA designs, and it's also a big supplier to Apple as well. Obviously we've had
NVIDIA.
the Lisa Su in town last week as well, talking about expanding capacity there too. So it's a bit of a trend as far as the details.
Oh, talking NVIDIA.
150 billion per year. This is up from the 100 billion per year that it's already spending. So quite a significant increase here. And particularly compared to the 10 to 15 billion that Jensen was saying that they basically were investing 4 to 5 years ago. Don't know how many years this will be for, but this would be one of the biggest spending commitments and plans we've heard from NVIDIA. And it's more than basically what the company makes in sales in one quarter. As we learned just a couple of weeks ago, that number is about $81 billion. The reason Jensen Huang is in town is because he does go to Computex.
Tesla looking for a break higher here. Tesla, watch Tesla. This might get going too. Tesla. Okay, Tesla looking for a breakout here. Tesla looking for a breakout. NVIDIA, Tesla looking for a breakout here. Okay. Tesla. Yeah, let's do it, Tesla. Look at the volume. Check the volume on Tesla. Okay, looking for the breakout, Tesla. NVIDIA doing well. NVIDIA. Tesla. All right, 215, 220. Looks good. Okay, so far we're getting rejected on Tesla. No breakout yet. NVIDIA looking okay. NVIDIA looking for a higher high now. Okay, we're above VWAP. The green area, that's one standard deviation from VWAP. Okay, one standard deviation above and below VWAP. All right, so we could see two standard deviations. It's not unusual.
Change and say military life impact the way families should be now approaching their financial planning.
Hi, Jenny. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak about this. Like all planning, it always changes, right? So right from the beginning.
Jesus, how old are you? 20? Oh, man. People are getting younger and younger and younger, giving advice. Mm-hmm.
Welcome back. Robinhood just unveiled a new product that will let AI agents trade on behalf of their clients. Kate Rooney has more in today's Tech Check. The jokes write themselves, Kate. This is serious business. What could go wrong? I know. Well, it's great to see you in person, Kelly. Great to be here. So Robinhood, as you mentioned, letting AI really take the wheel. They're letting clients connect outside AI agents. So think of ChatGPT. You could use Claude directly into the brokerage accounts and then have those trade on their behalf. It is happening in a separate account. Robinhood does say there are safeguards here. Customers can limit the access. They can ask for sign off and then disable things if something goes wrong.
NVIDIA, a little pullback there. NVIDIA.
Just with equities, but they did say options, crypto, other asset classes are going to be coming next. Robinhood does warn that AI agents can make mistakes. They can misunderstand instructions, generate losses, and says at the end of the day, it is the customer that's responsible for any.
That's a liability clause. Of course AI can make mistakes.
The other half of this news today for Robinhood, they're allowing agents to do your shopping. So customers can connect those same AI agents that I mentioned to virtual credit cards, and then the tech is going to go out and make purchases automatically. Hedge funds and professional traders have been a lot quicker to adopt AI. This does mark a first for the retail brokerage industry, where it's largely just been used for advice so far. We haven't really seen it go out and execute trades, at least for retail investors. Robinhood did tell me they designed it around the current regulatory structure. It is the latest sign. Also, Kelly, that this technology is moving beyond just chatbots, and it's a major test tube for how comfortable consumers are letting AI fully manage their money. A lot of questions still about how good this technology is going to be at picking stocks.
So, I mean, this could be a 20-minute conversation, but a few observations. One, does anybody need this? On some level, I mean, okay, it's kind of a cool gimmick. It reminds me a little bit of the robo-advisor era when that was all we heard about, and robo versus whatever. Number three, can you give it? So if we said we just want to buy the VOO every day at X amount of dollars, can you just go execute on that? That's fine.
Yeah.
Another thought, they should at least be like, if it screws up, we'll bear the loss. Because otherwise, why would I want to risk that the chatbots?
Oh, please, Kelly. You guys, I don't know why they talk about shit like this, you know? I understand the whole opinion thing, but, you know, tell me stuff. Tell me things that are going to be actionable. Opinions, I could care less about opinions. Got enough of those around my house. Okay. Tell me facts. Tell me that NVIDIA saw a lot of option volume, about 20 times the normal option volume earlier today at around 10 o'clock. Tell me that. That's the kind of actionable setup I'm always looking for, right? Now, David mentioned something early this morning. Microsoft was trading tremendous amount of volume at the open. That's what I want to hear from these financial news channels. Not this crap about your opinion. I mean, I could care less. Vinny, you're getting really cranky in your old age. Yeah, you're right. You're right. But I'm also filtering through the stuff that has no value. You know, just filling airtime. It's just aggravating. Just aggravating. And hopefully, you know, you filter through some of the nonsense too. It's not just me, right? I mean, don't you think it's a lot more effective? We just saw 50,000 contracts of NVIDIA trade. And over the last 15 minutes, another 50,000 has traded, you know, total. I mean, that's a hell of a lot more usable, tradable, actionable, right? Because we saw the turn. We saw the turn. It was starting to turn up. And then we have 0-day options, 250,000 contracts trading. You don't think that's actionable? I do. I sure acted on it. What is it up to now? 257,000 contracts at the 212.50 strike. And we're about to go through that right now. So I'd be selling into strike. Prior to that, we had like 20,000 in the 210 strike. We're up to 138,000 contracts with 4,000 in open interest. So that open interest is probably done. They probably traded out. We'll see how far we go with this. Probably should take some of this NVIDIA off, right? One more time. One more shot to the highs. Shot to the highs. You're to blame. Let's go, NVIDIA. Let's rip this higher. Let's get these options. Let's get these at the money options, 212.50s. Let's get these up to like $5. We could do that if we jump through this level. Okay, we're going to jump through this level right now. Okay, so
and of course, he also suggested he won't make one at all if it is great for the United States. We have a question of the goalposts here and whether or not we can reach them. The president was asked in the cabinet meeting, Joe, if this was a football field, what yard line are we on? He didn't answer that exactly, and so a lot of these questions remain unclear.
He chose not to answer a series of questions, including whether signing on to the Abraham Accords would be a prerequisite and whether he would pursue it. He promised at one point a gas tax holiday. Pushback on Capitol Hill over that idea. That's not going to happen, but we're still pretty close to $4.50 a gallon when you look at AAA today, and that part of the story has not changed.
Yet with oil still hovering around $90 on WTI, even higher, of course, for Brent. So let's get a check on those oil prices and markets across the board as we turn back to Charlie.
Thank you very much indeed. That is where we begin. Crude oil, the big story today. WTI below $90 a barrel, 89.67 right now. It is down by 4.5%. Brent, the global benchmark, 95.26, dropped there with 4.3%. We did hear Robert Axman talking about the outlook for energy, saying he does not see oil staying at these levels. Also, American Airlines, or airlines in general, as an economic indicator, says his airline is seeing tremendous demand for travel. American Airlines shares, they're up right now by 0.4%, but among rivals, UAL up 6.4%.
Okay. We're going to pop this through this level, NVIDIA.
It is a day in which the Dow is advancing, the S&P 500 index and NASDAQ are retreating. S&P 500 index down 7 to 75.12, drop there of 0.1%. The Dow up 183, up by about 0.4%. NASDAQ down 40, a drop there of 0.1%. The Philadelphia Semiconductor Stock Exchange Index retreating now by 2%. The VIX holding under 17, and the 10-year at 4.48%. Gold down $56 the ounce, 44.51, drop there of 1.2%. And again, West Texas Intermediate crude bears repeating. WTI 89.57 a barrel, down 4.6%. Brent 95.19, drop there of 4.4%. Joe and Kaylee, that is a Bloomberg Business Watch.
All right, Charlie, we appreciate that. Charlie will be back at the top of the hour as we kick off Bloomberg Business Week Daily. That's only about 10 minutes from now. Of course, we spend so much time talking about the looming IPO of SpaceX, not to mention the success, the most recent success of NASA's Artemis mission, all geared toward getting back to the moon. SpaceX has even more lofty goals to get back to Mars. We spent some time earlier today with the NASA administrator, Jared Isaacman, conversation with Bloomberg Tech co-host Ed Ludlow about timeline, exactly how long it will take to see through some of these goals and return to the moon. Let's listen.
Starting in 2027, you should see a near monthly cadence of robotic landers on the moon. Several rovers. In fact, we provided an award for the first two, crewed and autonomous capable rovers for the lunar surface. So when our astronauts arrive on Artemis 4 in 2028, they're going to already have some infrastructure in the moon base waiting for them. They're already going to have a rover waiting for them.
And then in that time frame, it's not just intermittent anymore. It's not just those monthly visits. But when do you think people will be working? Humans might even be living in some capacity over there.
So we are approaching the moon base in phases. So phase one is a lot of littles. We are dusting off the playbook that worked very well for NASA in the 1960s. We're getting back to an iterative approach. So, there was the Mercury program before there was Gemini. There was Gemini before Apollo, and an awful lot of Apollo missions before we went right to the moon landing on Apollo 11. We are doing the same thing now. So phase one, we're calling it science of survival. We're not going to lock in what the mobility strategy should be for logistics, for astronauts, the power strategy, the surface comms, the orbital comms. Why did we try and nail and get all of that perfect today when we haven't been to the moon in more than a half century? So phase one will be a lot of landings, again, that near monthly cadence to learn and inform phase two, where perhaps now you're putting a lot more tonnage on the lunar surface. You have a lot more direction as to the type of hardware and capabilities you want to lock in on. So you don't need to have maybe monthly landings when we get into phase two, but you have a lot more direction as to what should work for our intended objectives, which is to build out that habitable environment. And then phase two, we're going to learn now, having astronauts go from, let's call it a period of maybe even days on the lunar surface in phase one to potentially weeks in phase two, to where you might get, by the time we move in phase three, a similar astronaut rotation like you see on the International Space Station, where we could have crews potentially being on the lunar surface for months on it.
You don't have that marked on your calendar, administrator, when phase three might have a base that has humans actually living and working inside it?
Oh, we absolutely have time frames. I mean, we are looking at basically 2027 through 2029 for phase one. You have 2029 out into the early 2030s for phase two. But again, this is all going to be informed on what we learned during those first landings in phase one.
NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman in conversation with Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow. So maybe not pack your bags for the moon base yet, Kaylee, but this is just years away. Can you imagine not only the idea of a monthly cadence of moon rovers, but a permanent human presence is quite remarkable to consider.
Yeah, in such a short timeline. Of course, perhaps not a coincidence that they're talking about ramping up the cadence of these things while President Trump is still in office.
Well, that's correct. SpaceX was talking about the potential for daily launches. Once we're building data centers in space, we're going to need a new network if we're going to cover all these launches. We'll just have rockets on TV all day, every day.
That'd be pretty cool.
It would be really
Jim Matthew might be volunteering himself for that job.
Okay, one more. Can we get a couple more pops? Push it through 213. That's one standard deviation. VWAP.
One of the things that really struck with is how focused you are on the customer.
The more data you have, the better service you can give to your client in terms of the new best product. And it's helping us analyze the data in the best possible way.
So that was next.
Better of the same. It's not more of the same. It's better of the same.
Attacks don't look like attacks. That's the point. This guy's not trusted
Google. Okay, Google.
Evolving human resilience and building stronger defense with every fight. Doppel, outpacing what's next in social engineering.
Peter Piper's pepper picking proved painful. So he ordered the supplies he needed from Amazon Business.
Mm-hmm.
And positively prospered. Amazon Business, your partner in smart business value.
With ServiceNow's AI Control Tower, we've got eyes on all our AI in one place. Yep, I've got total visibility, total security, zero blind spots. Watch it. Not blind spot.
From above, looks can surprise. It's a business opportunity disguised as a paradise. Welcome to Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico.
Unique global industries, world-class talent, and a lifestyle that makes it a
Mm-hmm.
Think your business can go anywhere? This is the place to bring it. Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico.
Nuveen invests with the foresight and vision that come from navigating more than 125 years of market cycles. Unlocking the potential of public and private markets, spanning real estate to private credit and infrastructure to natural capital. Finding opportunity today to shape how portfolios are built for tomorrow. Nuveen. Invest like the future is watching.
Being a champion isn't about titles. It's about chasing something deep. It's about the dedication to it. Because greatness is insatiable. At Miss Flow, our teams bring that passion, creativity, and innovation into every deal and every trade. Because being at the top doesn't mean it means just getting started. Zuko Americans. Man.
This is it. The trade that will make your day. This is what it's all for. Daily commutes, the endless market monitoring, tracing patterns, tracking flows, auto quoting, coffee crushing, working orders. This is the trade you've been waiting for. And next generation speed, automation, and integration. This is the new fixed income EMS that will make sure you win. Bloomberg Trade Units. Expect more from your execution management system.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and fun. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Mazur and Tim Stenbeck, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Hi, very good afternoon, everyone. Live on Bloomberg TV, radio, YouTube, and streaming on Bloomberg Originals. It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. I'm Tim Stenbeck. That is Christina Ruffini. She is the co-host of Bloomberg this weekend, Saturdays and Sundays, starting at 7 o'clock on Bloomberg Television and Radio. You were in for Carol Mazur this afternoon, and we're grateful.
I am. Well, you say that now, but it's early, and we have 3 hours to go.
No, we do have a jam-packed 3 hours, especially
there's a lot going on.
This next hour. Let's talk a little bit about what's happening with markets right now. We'll have more from Charlie Bell in just a minute, but stocks are wavering. Optimism over resolution of hostilities in the Middle East, that's kind of waning. The White House pushing back, though, on the existence of this draft deal to revive the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there. I need all the market guys to go talk to the political science nerd in their high school, because as a foreign policy person, it's been very interesting to watch these market fluctuations. Any sense of a deal, it seems to rally, and it's just really not hitting reality when you talk to foreign policy people or people who look at the prospect of a durable deal here.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned all of those people, because they are all joining us on the program over the next hour. We're going to talk on Iran. Tyler Kendall is joining us from the White House in just a minute. Adam Farrer from our Bloomberg Economics team is going to join us with analysis about how close we actually are to ending this war.
That's right. We're also going to talk about the blowout in Texas last night. Texas Attorney General
former Attorney General Ken Paxton's victory over longtime incumbent John Cornyn, and what that says about the president's primary endorsement power, and what all that translates to in the general.
Also, enthusiasm over AI in space. Now that space continuing to push global markets to new highs. The question, how long does it keep going? Sarah Hunt at Alpine Saxon Woods joining us to weigh in. All and more coming up over the next hour right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. First up, though, check the day's trade and top business stories. Here he is.
Hi, thank you very much. Here's what's going on. The Dow higher, the S&P, NASDAQ, they are both pulling back from records. We have got the 10-year 4.48%. So traders sending stocks lower amid mixed signals about the prospects for a U.S.-Iran deal. Indeed, the Bloomberg headline sums it all up. Stocks that rally on conflicting U.S.-Iran signals. That is why you keep it locked into Bloomberg for the latest information. S&P right now at 75.14. The S&P down 4, drop now of under 0.1%. The Dow holding on to gains of 185 right now, up by about 0.4%, while NASDAQ is down 28. The NASDAQ Composite Index down now by about 0.1%. The Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares lower, little change, down under 0.1%. All of this with stocks that have been surging in recent sessions, dropping today by 2%. The VIX under 17. Again, the 10-year 4.48%, the 2-year 4.03%, the 30-year 5.01%. Gold down $56 the ounce, down 1.2%, 44.51. And West Texas Intermediate crude. Now that's the number that everybody's watching. WTI 89.48 a barrel, down 4.7% right now. Barrel at Brent Global Benchmark holding just about 95 right now, down 4.5%. Briefly, FedEx shares, they are trading right now higher by 2.8%. JP Morgan raising its recommendation to overweight or neutral. Rival UBS shares also higher up now by just about 2.1%. I'm Charlie Hallett. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Well, the president huddling with his cabinet at the White House this afternoon, he said that no one nation would control the Strait of Hormuz. He pushed back on Iranian demands to manage the vital energy waterway. The president also indicated the U.S. was, quote, not satisfied with negotiations to end the close to 3-month war, noting that, quote, maybe we have to go back and finish it without elaborating on whether that meant further military action. Tyler Kendall was in the room as this cabinet meeting was happening. She asked the president about the possibility of easing sanctions on Iran so it could sell oil on the market. She's Bloomberg TV Washington correspondent. She joins us from the White House. Tyler, what did the president tell you about potentially easing those sanctions?
Well, Tim, he said at this point it's not going to happen anytime soon. He told me in part, quote,
Okay, we're looking for NVIDIA to climb a bit more. I might take some off here, actually. Kind of stalling a bit. Maybe it goes. Maybe it goes. Let me see. Let me keep an eye on this. Let me keep an eye on this NVIDIA. Maybe one more shot. Okay, I'll sell that into strength. I have 0-day. Okay, these are looking good. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and sell these. And I'm going to buy something a little bit further out, probably. All right, I just sold my entire NVIDIA position. NVIDIA, I'm all out. Okay, Meta pop. Meta's popping here. Okay, let's see what's going on with Meta. Let me check the options. Whoa, look at the moving. I can't chase it now, but maybe you guys bought a few minutes ago. That's an $8 move. That's a $12 move. 12 points. Okay, big move on Meta. What the hell happened there? Okay, Meta. Let me just check Meta and see what the hell's going on here. Meta, quickly, Vinny, quick. quick. I wonder if Meta glasses can help you do this stuff. Just tell it what to do and pull up the right screen. That'd be really awesome. You know, wear those Meta glasses. I need glasses anyway. Let's see what the at the monies are going for. Ooh, 40,000 contracts at the 620 strike. All right, somebody just made a shitload of money. Excuse my French. Okay, those were like 20, 30 cents a little while ago. They're up to $1.06, $1.50. They're fading a little bit right now. All right, it's too late now, but Meta, definitely an area you want to sell into. 40,000 contracts. Wow, that was nice. Okay, NVIDIA's going to go. Let me take tomorrow's options. Or, you know what? I already have some NVIDIA longer dated. No, I don't, actually. All right, we're starting to go here, NVIDIA. Maybe today is the turn. Okay, so maybe go out a week. Meta, NVIDIA. Let me see what next. Let me go to June and see what the options are doing in June. Flow. Come on. 200s. Okay, at the monies, there's 2,000 contracts at 213. 213. What about by a vertical? 213, 215. Vertical. 213, 215. All right, I just bought some 213, 215s for June 18th. June 18.
Let's focus on U.S. equity markets for now, and then we can sort of broaden this out a little later. In U.S. equity markets, it seemed like traders have looked past this conflict for months. The oil market, not so much. Yes, we're seeing some signs of easing.
What is it? What did I take here? 210. What did I just say? 213, 215s for cheap.
Growth expectations and the idea that whatever inflation is, it's not showing up in earnings. So right now, you have this incredibly strong economy, remarkably resilient. And although we can see the risks out there, you can see that oil is high. I mean, look, if oil's above 90, that's
Okay, there goes NVIDIA.
the sounds of people talking about inflation, and you can see the consumer sentiment.
June.
So how do you price these things?
All right, NVIDIA doing really well here. Okay, cool. NVIDIA, all right, it's one standard deviation. Yeah.
Then we're actually on solid footing, and the market can keep going. And if you think about it, it hasn't been as strong as it was in the two prior years. So there is actually room to pick up, although this second quarter has been pretty wild.
But Sarah, is this optimism, is it realistic or is it delusional? It's a little bit like Lucy in the football with this Iran deal. It's like, it's going to be there, it's going to be there, it's going to be there, it's not going to be there. Like I was saying earlier on the show, I need them to phone a friend and have them talk to the policy wonks who are saying, you heard Kendall talk about.
Okay, Meta. Our Meta looks like it wants to go, right? Meta. Yeah, Meta looks good. Meta. Yeah, it's going to go above the 50 day. This is when we're looking for it. We're looking for Meta to continue. That was a big pop there. So somebody big just bought Meta. Are we going to follow through on this? Meta. That was a big move. Meta. Okay, so I already have 612.50, no, 615, 625s. 620. All right, let me go out 1 month. Let me go out to July. Meta July, 620. It's going to go above the 50 day, it looks like. 625. Let me go 625 vertical, 625, 630 for July. Meta 625, 630 for $2.13. Okay, I'm in it. I think. No? No fill yet? That's some odd. No, that's good strikes. 625, 630. Trying to fill right here. All right, got a lot of people trying to pile in, I guess. Meta looks like it wants to go, right? Meta looking good. Look at that move. All right, it's dipping a little bit. So the dip is welcome. Let this dip a little bit so I can get in these. Okay, they already got these jumping around. Let me see if I can get filled here. All right.
The stock is up 66% in the second quarter. It's on pace for its best quarter since the first quarter of 2020. I mean, you're looking at the market leaders, and it's Intel, Micron, SanDisk, AMD. I mean, these are one of them would normally pop up, but that all of them are doing this.
Okay, we're starting to fade a little bit. I'll pull my bid down a little bit here. Meta, it's right at the 50-day moving average, trying to skip above. Meta.
It's really actually really cheap. It's below $10, it's below 10 times projected earnings over the next 12 months. That is incredibly cheap. Like Nvidia is like at 22, and yet there is concern that this means that we're actually at the peak of the earnings cycle for them. So you don't know where this is going to go, but there's a Chuck Prince kind of dance while the music's playing vibe going on in the market right now, and it's really hard to get in front of this kind of momentum. It just is.
I want to ask you guys about something we made reference to, and that's whether or not the markets are being more particular about AI and software companies and who they're choosing as to be efficient and who they're choosing to be maybe, less efficient, whose earnings have not met markets, because we're seeing some of these big corporations start to scale back where they're using these AI tokens, right? Microsoft is saying we're not doing this anymore. Uber has said they're looking at the value of it, and then there are these stories from several companies saying they're hiring actual humans to do basic coding because it's cheaper.
Okay, trying to get into some Meta here. Meta, this is the first time it's trying to get through the 50-day. I got a bid at 210 for the 625, 630s for July. All right, Meta looks like it wants to do something here. Let me see. Let me just go check that option volume again. Meta, actually not that much. Okay, so I'm going to cancel this order. I want to get something where we got a lot of volume. Cancel 625, 630. Just canceled that order. All right, I'm looking for Meta. Looking for not only a lot of open interest, but a lot of volume. Let me see. Maybe September. It's not a whole lot. Let me just check Gemini and see what Gemini says. Any thoughts? Oh, no. Any observations? Don't want to say thoughts. Observations on Meta as it attempts to clear the 50 period daily moving average. Specifically, vol versus OI. The Meta attempts to clear the 50 period. Okay, that looks good. All right, let me just submit this and see if there's any observations. Okay, NVIDIA is still going. So I took half of my profits from today on NVIDIA, and I funneled it into, what did I say? I just want to check what I posted, make sure it's accurate. NVIDIA, 213, 215 call spreads. They were cheap. They were like $1.90, something like that. Whatever. Meta, let's see. Meta trades near 1750. It is testing a crucial inflection point, 50-day, below average volume compression price. Call wall at 620. That's true. He's trying to break above now. Oh. Okay, above 620. Yeah, that's true. We know that dealers are going to have to cover. Meta, I already have some Meta positioning. 615, 625 for June. That looks good. Okay, let me roll these out. No, I'll add. Trade Meta. I have June. Meta. 650s are active. 650s and 680s. What about a vertical? 650, 680? No, that's too wide. What about 610, 610, 620? That's in the money. Buy vertical. Could also sell premium. 610. 610. No, that's too. No. I need at least 620. 620. 1,000 open interest. 620. 620, 630 looks okay. 620, 630. Let me see here. All right, so Meta looks like it wants to go some more. Above 620, the dealers are going to have to cover. Oh, here goes Meta. Here goes Meta.
This will be the world's largest enhanced geothermal plant. Clean, reliable, and American-made. Hey, Mercedes, I'm going to play this.
The luxurious tranquility of the GLE.
That was nice, Rossi.
Welcome to your happy place. Welcome home. See your Mercedes-Benz dealer for special offers on the GLE.
When I moved to New York City from India, the only dream which I had was to be a physician. But when I arrived here,
Okay, there goes Meta. Here goes Meta. Meta on the move. Whoa, there it goes, Meta. Meta's going.
How did a top global beverage producer go from vendor credit molds to operational control?
Let's rewind the tape. Sales were surging, but the accounts payable team was falling behind the account. Vendors threatened to walk.
Right there, the company called Deloitte, who brought their teams and tech together to reshape the process.
In months, top vendors made back on track the backlog eliminated. Even accuracy climbed to near perfect.
Boy, they didn't just get out of a jam, they took over complete control of the game.
This is it. The trade that will make your number. Generation speed, automation, and integration. This is the fixed income.
Meta, nice little spike in Meta. Meta. Okay.
Equity indices built on opinions. That's the old way. The new way is Bloomberg Equity Indices.
Okay, I got some 615, 625s that are tickling that upper strike here almost. All right, NVIDIA looks like it wants to keep going. Microsoft's turned back up. Meta's getting a lot of attention. It clears the 50-day moving average. That moving average could release the hounds. Still having a little difficulty here. The 620 strike, the dealers have to deal with the 620 strike call wall.
Asia leading the next growth cycle, power central banks setting the pace for global markets.
What is the Chinese plan for continuing economic growth?
How will demographics redefine the future?
What is the secret?
Meta.
At Bloomberg Invest Hong Kong, Bloomberg journalists ask the questions shaping capital, policy, and markets. Visit BloombergLive.com/Invest Hong Kong to learn more. Bloomberg Invest Hong Kong, where intelligence meets capital. The end of jobs or the end of human struggle?
Meta's trying to clear the 50-day. Successfully, it looks like. Meta's on the move.
Still a record 75.20 on the S&P, little change, up under 0.1%. The Dow up 194, up by about 0.4%. Nasdaq Composite Index higher by 9. That is a gain now of under 0.1%. To be sure, the Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq, they are all trading at records. Max Index up 0.8%, but the stocks were trading today down 1.9%. The VIX below 17. The 10-year 4.48%. The 2-year 4.03%.
There it goes. There goes Meta. Giddy up.
Traders and investors keep an eye on the latest developments out in the Middle East today. We are seeing mixed signals. Again, the 10-year 4.48%. Gold $51 the ounce, 44.56, dropped there at 1.1%. West Texas Intermediate crude 88.82 a barrel. WTI dropping by 5.4%. Brent 94.35 a barrel, below 95.
Meta 640. All right. Let's see. Let me see what I got here. Meta, Hero. Let's just go here. Meta, where are you, Meta? Do I not have Meta? I haven't used Meta in a while. Okay, so Meta. Caldwell 750. Whew. There goes Meta.
Going back to the internet because they're getting clogged with their economies in free fall.
I was just part of the more than an hour long part of the crowd cabinet meeting that we heard from the president, who did take questions today. This was at a cabinet meeting earlier today. For more, we're joined by Adam Fair, Bloomberg Economics senior geoeconomics analyst for Asia Pacific, who joins us from the Washington D.C. bureau. Adam, the president's remarks there followed this report from Iran State TV that really talked about this draft interim peace deal that said maritime traffic could just straight could return to normal within a month of it coming into effect. The White House cast that report as false. Help us understand what is real, what is not, and how you're interpreting these different signals.
So across the board, we're just seeing a ton of posturing on both sides, trying to lay out the foundation for deals that they respectively feel would address their core interests. And, in this Iranian deal, we saw them highlighting that the Strait could return to normal.
All right, so we're a nice little move here, and Meta finally woke up. People are acknowledging it. Meta, big move there on Meta. Okay, there we go. That's what we're looking for. This kind of move through the 50-day, decisively through the 50-day. Note the Bollinger Bands are tight, so your options are going to be less expensive. Once the Bollinger Bands rotate in the opposite directions away from price, top and bottom move away from each other, that means that the volatility is going to pick up. That's going to increase the value of the options you already own. Okay, so not a bad day, eh?
The other part of this is this kind of outlier that the president threw into this reportedly this call with Gulf leaders trying to work this out about the Abraham Accords. This is a non-starter for a lot of these countries, and I covered this the first time around under the first administration. There was a moment where it looks like Saudi and all these other
Okay, let me look at the option volume here now. Meta. Cool. Cool. So Friday's options are pretty cheap, right, Meta? Friday's options, and not anymore. Not anymore. 40 deltas for Friday are $6.60, $6.70 offer. The 635s, that's a 40 delta. 10,000 contracts of the 640s trading. That is a 32 delta. 640. Yeah, that's the upper Bollinger Band. That could work.
Looking at the timing of that announcement, it does seem that the president may have been trying to push back on domestic American pushback, particularly within the Republican Party and the Iranian hawks, who took issue.
Lots of open interest, 640, 650.
They thought undercut American and regional security, and so there's this trying to find another way to show greater progress in regional consolidation and cooperation. But as you said, the odds of that moving forward are incredibly low. And despite the president even inferring potentially that he would tie the eventual deal directly to these Gulf countries signing on, he then quickly corrected himself and said, well, he wouldn't actually necessarily see it that way. And I think the reality is that those are just two separate issues. And for countries like Saudi Arabia, they immediately came out against that. And so despite the president's kind of efforts to change the topic to some extent and bring that into the discussion, it just doesn't seem likely to be part of any final deal if we do see one.
I want to go back to the Strait of Hormuz and also then get to. I've never been there actually, and look, I think.
Okay, Meta going to the moon.
About how Iran controls this vital waterway. I don't know if everybody thought they would be closed for this long. Adam, the president said that no one nation would control the Strait of Hormuz and highlighted the sticking point in resolving the war with Iran. I hear him say that, but then we also look and see how much Iran has been able to gain by using this as a choke point. And I wonder if they're going to give that up freely without a toll and what they're going to want in return for that.
I mean, I really do think that has become the central.
Positive gamma.
What they found is that this is their primary mechanism by which they can raise the costs not only for the United States but for the world, and demonstrate that attacks on Iran have consequences. And really, what that becomes is their deterrent to future attacks. And with that in mind, Iran is highly unlikely to take steps where they would give up control of the strait. And the reality, though, also is that even if they were to rhetorically say that they're backing away from a tolling architecture or a registration regime, they have the tools and the force to do this again as necessary if other attacks come through, if there's not a significant change on the ground in Iran. And right now, we're not seeing any signs that the United States or other countries in the world are interested in seeking some sort of military solution whereby they would take away Iran's ability to inflict damage and control the strait via force and threats.
And part of that is just the geography of the strait. It's covered in fog a lot. A lot of this is done by these little fast boats that are just really, really hard to find. And because there's such a narrow track, especially if you're not using that TSS route, that you're using that northern route that they're forcing the traffic through now, it's just not that hard to shut down. Is there really any tangible policy that could prevent Iran from getting a deal if they become unhappy in 2 to 3 months? What is to stop them from changing their minds, pulling out of the deal, and closing the strait again?
Very little. And I think, they've passed this rhetorical red line. They've passed and taken that step and seen how advantageous it is to their position. And, certainly, there are things the United States could do. You could deploy troops and seize some.
Okay, Microsoft, nice little rally. NVIDIA is still pushing here.
Could, continue a large aerial campaign against cruise missile launch sites along the coast. But you'd have to keep doing that
day in, day out, and then offer potentially actually escort and transit for ships going in through the strait. All of which the United States has shown it is certainly not interested in doing at this time, and will raise significant costs both in actual expenditure, but also potentially lives. And the other thing to just keep in mind is that insecurity and instability not only limits the ships leaving, but the big question is, are they going to come back, right? All these ships can leave, and that'll be good to get that oil out. But if ships are not freely able to go back and are worried about this ongoing threat to their safety, you're not going to be able to get these
Okay, Intel turning.
barrels of oil that are essential to the
Intel's turning up.
Never mind other petrochemical products and things like helium that are essential to the semiconductor industry. They're just very real questions.
That's one of the things I don't think, I don't know how you feel about this, Tim. I don't think people are talking enough about is even if the strait is physically open, is it functionally open? Are these shipping companies going to be able to get people to go back in knowing it could close at any
Are the
time?
insurance companies
Knowing
going to
insurance,
insure these
yeah.
ships?
And regardless, the rates are going to go up. It's going to be harder. Everything is going to be more expensive. I mean, what can be done about that? And is this idea that the strait could be open in a month realistic?
So I think the right now from where we stand, it doesn't seem that way, right? Bloomberg Economics, our assessment early on was that we were most likely.
All right, Intel turning back up. Oracle finally, all right, buyers at the low, pushing that up. It just feels like they're accumulating positions up here. You know, institutions just keep buying. Hasn't moved much, but staying right there.
And certainly with costs high and oil prices high, we'll see some shippers willing to take risks, but not at the level that we saw before. And what that does mean for the global economy is that prices stay high for much longer than many seem to be predicting, and longer than it seems oil markets are predicting even today, with Brent at a month or further low right now.
We're speaking with Adam Fair, Bloomberg Economics, senior geoeconomics analyst for Asia Pacific. Adam, we have to talk about.
Okay, here we go. All right, so we finally got through that 212 level, 212.50, 213s. NVIDIA is doing really well. Okay, looking good. All right, so that 2 o'clock crowd is what we look for. Between 215 and 245, you should always check whatever options, whatever positions you're trading. Check your charts, look for volume. Institutions like to come in after 2 o'clock. Sometimes they're a little early, but most of the time they come in at 2 o'clock, 2:15. Between 2:15 and 2:45, I like to look in that window and see if there's any buy programs, if there's any institutional accumulation. So a lot of times we'll see that, and prices will continue to move higher. In the case of NVIDIA, we are above standard deviation 1 plus 1 VWAP. Okay, continue to move higher. Can we zip a bit higher here? Okay, Meta, Microsoft. I don't have any 0 days left, right? I'll make sure I don't have anything left here. Last thing I want to do is own a $620 stock. You know, 5,000 shares of a $620 stock, 600 and whatever. $632 stock. Last thing I want is, 50,000 shares. I'd rather have 500 calls. Anyway, just watching price action. We've got some nice liftage. End of day, that's looking good. IWM, look for that to turn back up a little bit more tomorrow. NVIDIA having a good day. Okay, 212.50s out of that, 210s out of that. Now I took I took half of the profits from today's trade and rolled it out to June 18th. 213, 215 calls. Now what I'm going to do is, I just got into I kind of fumbled into this trade real quick. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep the 213s and I'm going to roll the 215s out to a calendar, maybe to next month. 215s, maybe send it out to 220, $5 higher. And create a spread between a 213 and a 220 of $7, so I'll get more leverage out of this. Because it looks like NVIDIA is going to keep going. It looks like we're going to at least put in a hammer, maybe your 3-candle reversal by tomorrow would be nice. NVIDIA. All right. So NVIDIA looks good. It'd be funny if it's down tomorrow, right? So the Bears would be laughing it up, of course, chuckling. That's okay. We took profits. We had a nice time today. We noticed it early, around 11 o'clock. We started to see volume coming into 0-day options. That's a good thing. We're going to start watching Wednesdays, middle of the week. Start watching Wednesday options because that was a really good trade on Microsoft this morning. Thanks to David. NVIDIA, I noticed that one. App Lovin', that was one. There's a number of positions that you guys and ladies were posting in the room. So I'm sure your fellow members appreciate that. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Wednesday, May 27th, 2:37 p.m. We have an hour and 22 minutes, 30 seconds to go. And with that, I'm going to take a little break.
Some see heroes, others only egos. We see the era of billionaire athletes. That to some, the future belongs to others. We see crypto's trillion-dollar swings, the end of jobs, or the end of human struggle. We see the endless funds fueling the bank hype. While others follow the noise, we follow the money. Is Asia leading the next growth cycle? How are central banks setting the pace for global markets?
What is the Chinese plan for continuing economic growth?
How will demographics redefine the future?
What is the secret to facing off against the Trump administration?
At Bloomberg Invest Hong Kong, Bloomberg journalists ask the questions shaping capital, policy, and markets. Visit BloombergLive.com/Invest Hong Kong to learn more. Bloomberg Invest Hong Kong, where intelligence meets capital.
I used to work a 9 to 5 and I was making around $20 an hour. Over $2,000 a day. And I'm only 25 years old. All just from doing one thing. New users get up to 500 free spins. No risk, no money to lose. Hit the jackpot in 10 spins. Win up to $2,000. Withdraw instantly to your account. No ads, no top-ups, no withdrawal limits. Girls, come on, download and play now.
And since you bundled home and auto with 24/7 protection, you can only worry about it.
That's right. At Progressive, it's our job to do the worrying for you.
This candle, for example, awfully close to the curtains. When was this part built? Did they have building codes back then?
For your headlights too, right?
Do people know when you're texting with the toilet?
How many spiders do you really eat in your sleep?
Yes, when you bundle home and auto, you can be free of all these worries and more. Because we're already worrying for you. Oh, and the answer is 8 spiders.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insights with Haslinda Ahmed, only on Bloomberg.
NVIDIA, can we make one more shot? We're right at one standard deviation VWAP. One standard deviation VWAP. Looking forward to press through 213.50 would be nice.
Bring you up to the minute automotive news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Matt Miller in Detroit, and this is Bloomberg.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing, all at records right now. 5-point gain on the S&P 500 index to 75.24, up under 0.1%. The Dow at 205, up by about 0.4%. NASDAQ higher by 17 for NASDAQ Composite Index. That is a gain of just about 0.1%. Traders sending stocks wavering amid mixed signals about prospects for a U.S.-Iran deal to end the war. We do have crude moving lower. WTI now at 88.86 a barrel, down 5.4%.
Oracle driving a bit higher. Oracle.
Earnings news, specifically retailers, Abercrombie and Fitch, after earnings up now by 13%. The apparel retailer reported first quarter adjusted EPS that beat estimates. Also, it maintained its outlook for the year. Bath and Body Works reported first quarter results that beat analyst estimates. Shares of Bath and Body Works are surging now by 10%. Also, Lululemon Athletica has agreed to resolve a long-running dispute with founder Chip Wilson by appointing 3 new members to a board of directors. Lulu shares up now by 3.6%. Recapping, stocks higher, oil lower, West Texas Intermediate crude $88.91 a barrel, down by 5.3%. S&P 500 index up by about 0.1%. I'm Charlie Hunt.
All right, NVIDIA rising a bit more.
Thanks so much, Charlie. I mean, Abercrombie, Bath and Body Works, and later on the show, we're going to be talking to the CEO of PacSun. I feel like my childhood is
The 90s mall is like.
suddenly so relevant. My 90s Colorado Springs, Colorado Mall is making a comeback.
All right, that's good. You know it would come in handy one day.
I didn't, but I'm glad that it has. All right, speaking of someone who couldn't make a comeback, unfortunately for them, in Texas, there was a Lone Star-sized victory for former Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton. He ousted longtime Senator John Cornyn in the most expensive primary in American history. Ready for this, Tim? $130 million on just the primary.
What's the general election going to look like?
That's exactly right, because Paxton, he's got ethical and personal scandals and was impeached by his own party, received the Trump endorsement. He got the Trump bump, and president's endorsement translated to a double-digit blowout over the man who was once the second highest-ranking Republican in the Senate. All right, joining us now to break this all down is Joe Lovinger, Bloomberg's News Texas reporter. He's joining us from our Dallas bureau. How important was President Trump's endorsement here, and could it become a liability when Ken Paxton tries to move to general?
Thanks for having me on. You know, it seems like it really made all the difference. Both candidates spent the entire first round of this election trying to get president's endorsement, and neither one could. Then after that first round of voting, John Cornyn actually held a slight lead over Ken Paxton. So if anything, he came in as the favorite. But then when the president shifted his support and announced that he was endorsing Ken Paxton, things really picked up. And last night, I mean, it was a drubbing. We saw Ken Paxton win 252 out of 254 counties in Texas. That's as absolute a victory as it gets. Cornyn's only real win was in Travis County, which includes Austin. So it seems in this case that President Trump's endorsement really did swing things towards Ken Paxton.
He's got a hold on his base, the president, that is. But the question is what happens in the general election, especially against a challenger like Tallarico, who, I know that every 6 years or Democrats think this could be the year that we see a senator from Texas who's a Democrat. It happened with Beto, years ago. The question is, does it happen this time as a result of this candidate winning in the primary?
That's right. For decades, Democrats have looked at Texas as the one that got away. You mentioned Beto, come within 3 points of defeating Ted Cruz in 2018. And Democrats.
Actively managed funds have always been popular, and now the use of options is gaining in popularity as well.
NVIDIA is still grinding higher. NVIDIA. Netflix is trying to turn the corner. Meta fading from the high. Okay, NVIDIA trying to push a bit higher right now. NVIDIA. Really? You thought Airplane was a good movie?
God, I thought that sucked.
NVIDIA trying to get back up to that high. NVIDIA. NVIDIA trying a little bit more. Microsoft just popped. Microsoft popping up here. Microsoft turning the corner. Microsoft turning up. Microsoft looking good, climbing a bit more. Okay, Apple fading a bit. All right.
And as I look at the Jets ETF, because as Delta's hitting 52-week highs, it made me think about the Jets ETF. That's made a nice turn too recently. Month to date up 14%, not far from its high of $31. Next up, let's talk about Ford. What's on your mind here? Is it hits a 52-week high? It's been rallying, and what are you seeing?
Yeah, this is another stock that's made some recent moves to the upside, as you mentioned. Now, this particular trade's a little bit different than some of the others. This was across several fills, but all at sort of the same time, same price. You can kind of deduce that it's the same trade. Somewhere around 12,500 of the May 29th, so just the end of this week, 14 calls were purchased for $1.85. That's $2.3 million worth of options premium with a break-even price of $15.85. So this is a trader who sees potential upside in Ford as they were looking to gobble up some of those short-dated calls, paying up in premium, $15.85 break.
I'm watching Amazon starting to turn up too. Amazon. Microsoft getting rejected. Let's see what Amazon looks like. Amazon coming off the low. Standard deviation 1 bands, the green area. Headed back towards the highs. We broke above these pivots over here, so tomorrow could be a follow-through and press the highs.
that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute. With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists. Streaming live and on demand. Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Mom, when my grandparents moved here, did they know what our family would be on?
I don't even know if they could envision it to leave everything behind, literally come across the entire world. I think that we totally met what their wishes were. Schwab has been with us for almost 25 years through purchasing up houses, opening up our business, having children. They've always been there for us.
I want to invest with a company that can help me give my family a happy financial future.
Stay connected to what moves the market. Download the Schwab Network app and stream anytime wherever you are. on Wall Street, and this is Market on Close. I'm Marley Kate, coming to you live from our Chicago headquarters. And I'm Sam Bond, coming to you live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Let's take a look at what is coming up on the show today. We will examine the new players in the AI chips race and ways to gain exposure to semis beyond NVIDIA. Then we'll preview the highly anticipated IPOs from SpaceX and OpenAI.
All right, Microsoft trailing off a little bit. All right, Meta turning back up. Meta offering subscriptions, limited subscriptions. WhatsApp Plus, etc. I don't know how successful it'll be, but now that we're above the 50-day moving average, things change automatically. So we'll see if Meta can continue this. Meta continuation. All right, Meta making new highs. Meta making new highs. Meta. Looks good. Okay, nice little follow through with Meta. Meta. Here goes Amazon. Meta making new highs. Wow, Meta just keeps going. What a day, huh? That's a 24-point move right there from this 610 level. 610, 630, almost 636 there. 26 points. Wow, that's a pretty big move. Meta looking good. Meta's still going. Yeah, let's see, 630, 640. May. Let me get rid of these May. 640. Okay, can we get to this? Can we get there? All right, now I'm going to go ahead and take these off. All right, these are Fridays. I'm going to sell some Meta into strength as we continue higher. All right, I just sold some Meta Friday calls into strength. I'll use further out in time now. Okay. 630, 615, 625, 650. Oh, these are in the money. Shoot, I gotta sell these. 615, 620. Oh yeah, I'm way in the money. Actually, you know what? I just go ahead and take it off. All right, that's fine. Take it off, Johnny. All right, I'm out of that. Meta. Okay, now I only have 630, 640s left. And that's looking good. So should I take these off too and just call it a day? 630, 640. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and take this off. It's been a really huge run here on Meta. I'm going to go ahead and take these off. All right, that's it. Nice trade on Meta. That was a 26-point move. Oh, jeez. Okay, I'm done. Okay, Meta, I'm done. What about FBL? FBL, I got those shares. Okay, I got a little ways to go with the FBL shares, but, it looks pretty good. Microsoft trailing off here. Meta clearing some levels. Meta. Nice move there on Meta. Thank you very much. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, Netflix turning the corner. Nvidia's still pushing. Nvidia's still pushing up. Okay, but Meta looks best right now. Meta continues to climb. Next time Meta dips, probably, what's today? Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Next couple of days, if Meta dips a little bit, I'll probably add some July or August options on a dip. I want to be buying dips. Meta's probably going to continue now that it's back above the 50-day for the first time. And what about 4 weeks? Okay. And they let a lot of people go too, right? They had some layoffs. All right, so Meta continuation looks good. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, Meta, keep going, keep going. All right, Netflix turning back up. Meta stretching its legs. It's really pouring outside. Okay, cool. Got dark in here. Wow. All right, let me turn some lights on. It got really dark. Give me a second. All right, Microsoft. Look at Microsoft starting to bounce here. I don't know what's going on with Microsoft, but that was a nice little bounce there. Big move back up to the highs. So these calls are doing well today. All right. We've got what, 46 minutes, 30 seconds to go. 46 minutes, 30 seconds. All right, let me just switch channels here. Nicole's getting on my nerves. Mm-hmm. Microsoft, okay. NVIDIA starting to level off a little bit. NVIDIA. Okay, Microsoft, can you go?
to appreciate the earnings side of the equation, which there were really good earnings across many sectors. And only technology and comm services really got rewarded. So I went back to see what the playbook was in January, February, and it was energy that outperformed materials, utilities, but really tied to the grid.
Dude, put a shirt on.
Industrials tied to data center build.
I want to see your naked body walking around my neighborhood. All right, there goes Microsoft. Nice little pushback above VWAP. Nice volume. Okay, we need to get that. We need to get this a little bit higher. Microsoft, maybe over the next couple of days, it'll do something. Indicate that we can have a little confidence in it. Today, there's a lot of option volume early this morning. This little run up over here this morning. That was a nice little run up. Same thing with NVIDIA. NVIDIA had a nice little run up as well. After the little bottom turn today, around 11 o'clock, it started to show a lot of option volume. Very simple way to check this out. I mean, you can run this script yourself. Let's see. Is it here? Okay, right there. So just run this script. Just copy it down during the day. You know, where's the highest option flow today in the S&P stocks midday? Oh, you can do it with NASDAQ. You can do it with whatever you want. But, you know, where's the highest option volume? Right there. It told you NVIDIA, and this was about 11 o'clock. I looked over at NVIDIA, and the 2250s and the 2210s. 210s were good. 210s, 21250s, and the 215s. Oh, there goes Microsoft on the move. NVIDIA, can we get another pop? Okay, top 10 going into the last hour of the trading day. We got 42 minutes left, 42 minutes. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. AppLovin, this is one I started today, actually. AppLovin started AppLovin. This one looked pretty good today, okay, with the breakout. Bollinger Band's expanding. So generally what happens is we get a follow-through day, and it's a big day. So we're looking for this to retest the highs over here. Okay, the highs were around 700, 680 to 700. Hold on one second. Let me see who this is.
NASDAQ at 99 as bond yields go along for the ride there at the very end. In 99, people forget 10-year yields went 4 to 7. So I don't think 465 on 10s last week was compelling enough of a deal. Not compelling enough or attractive enough to be the substitute for equities yet. That's when we get these very rotational moves.
I think earnings still matter, Scott. And we talked about this yesterday on halftime, that 7 sectors in the S&P 500 had 13% plus earnings growth. If earnings are going higher, eventually that matters, right? I mean, and maybe we're just going to continue to have concentrated market until we get more certainty. But if you wait for certainty, we're going to miss some of the greatest valuation.
The next 3 quarters, to Steph's point, the earnings estimates are all 20+%. Now, obviously skewed by.
All right, NVIDIA fading a bit right here. NVIDIA fading a bit. All right. So anyway, yeah, you can do that very quickly. Just check out the options volume for the day. I usually do it around 10:30, 11 o'clock, and then again 11:30. Looking for those dips to get bought. Last few days have been really nice. Okay, here's NVIDIA taking off to the upside and starting to see some profit taking. So not surprising, we're seeing some profit taking.
I'm comfortable with it, and 3 years coming in as well. So if you you can get back on some type of easing path with the earnings that we have, the backdrop remains good. So what's the risk? Is it rates, to your point, sort of getting away from us a little bit higher? Is it oil? No resolution in the Middle East, which that doesn't even seem like it's a real.
I think you just spoke to the possibility when you look at 2Q, 3Q, 4Q earnings, we have raised the bar of expectations considerably. I mean, really big.
Microsoft, nice little move on Microsoft. End of day. All right, so NVIDIA is seeing some profit taking. Microsoft turning back up. The daily could be better. You know, we did fade from the high of the day, so we're looking for it to get above the 21-day. It seems to be an area where we need to follow through, right in this zone 420 more or less. Okay, going down through the list of things that are working today. AppLovin's number 1 on both the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500, so that's probably going to follow through tomorrow. AppLovin, APP. Team Atlassian, that one snuck in. Where did that come from? Team Atlassian consolidating. That's probably going to go sometime soon. Seagate Technologies, STX. Seagate pushing the upper Bollinger Band. Okay, Micron. I've been trying to get into Micron all day today. I haven't been able to get a fill. I've been trying to buy the 1,000 strike for December. Trying to get into December 1,000s. Let me just take another look at this. Micron. Did he say 1,000? Yeah, I said 1,000 for December. There was a lot of flow there earlier, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. Was it December or January? The 1,000 strike. Let's see here. 1,000. Not a whole lot. Where did I see that? Where did I see? I saw something. Micron, December. Was it November or January? January. Let's check January. January 1,000 strike. Don't think it was January. No, not January. Maybe just buy shares. Maybe we just buy shares, Vinny. Let's see. December, November. 1,000 strike. I'm looking at Micron, in case you're wondering what I'm yapping about. Micron. It's okay. Tesla turning back down. Okay, futures, S&P. Let's see what the S&P looks like. S&P. Okay, hedge flows have been rising. IWM. Futures. We're only up 6 handles. It's crazy. All of this activity today, and the futures are only up 6 handles. Go figure. I saw that earlier. I was like, wow, it feels like we've been moving a lot more. Okay, looks like Intel might get something going end of day. Intel. That's been holding the 9 EMA for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The last 5 trading days, Intel's held the 9 EMA. Buyers stepped up at the low of the day. In each case, let's see, Intel. Let me show you what I was looking at here. Intel. Okay, right at the 9 EMA, you see this activity right along the 9 EMA. 21 days up into the right. So's the 50 and the 200-day. Intel, when was the last time? I would never imagine Intel being in the $100 range. It's taken some getting used to, because for so many years we were down here in the 50s, the 30s, the 20s. Speaking of the 20s, let's look at Supermicro. Supermicro, that's turned the corner. Supermicro. Okay, I still have some Supermicro left. I did sell some this morning, I think, right? Supermicro, did I sell some this morning? Supermicro, we've got 35 minutes to go. 35 minutes to go. Supermicro, I believe I took some off at the open. Yes, actually, Huh? What did I do there? Oh, you know what I did? I bought some 40s yesterday. Super Micro. I bought some 40s yesterday. Those are up a lot. 40 strike for July. Super Micro, and Mondo was suggesting being careful, which makes sense. This one's disappointed people quite often. Super Micro. Maybe they'll get a new CEO and then get their shit together, right? Excuse my French. But it's above the 10 EMA weekly, and it is starting to trend. So I got to go with what price action is telling me for now. I do have the 40 strike call, which is just out of the money for July. And then I have some 45, 55 call spreads. Those are cheaper, 45, 55. So if it makes it above these pivots right in this area, 39.50 to 40, if it can make it through this area, I'll take some of those 40s off, and maybe I'll just take the 40s off and then hold on to the 45, 55 call spread and see if a cheap way to see if this is going to keep going. Super Micro, in addition to TSSI and Dell. Been watching these as a group. TSSI, my average is 11 on this one. TSSI, also watching Dell, Hewlett Packard, HPE, Hewlett Packard Enterprises, and HPQ. CD, what is it? CD. Anyway, yeah, so that looks good. HPQ, Dell, Intel. Okay. All right, so AppLovin's fading a little bit, so we'll have to look forward to a follow through tomorrow. It's been active this week. AppLovin's the number one on the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ 100. That's the number one spot, AppLovin, even though it is fading a bit from the high of the day. People taking some profits off. MGM was another one. That was, I won't say surprising, but it definitely got my attention. MGM gapping up today. Caesars, CZR, Penn Gaming. A lot of these started going. Penn Gaming. Big move on Penn Gaming. Wynn Resorts. Okay, Las Vegas Sands. Okay, so these are turning. Maybe there's something there. The banks, JP Morgan yesterday, right? That gap down today. JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley still trying to get going here. Morgan Stanley's so sluggish. Goldman Sachs, they are the leads. Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley, they're the leads on the SpaceX IPO. They stand to make quite a few dollars in the tens of millions, I believe it is. Netflix turning back up. Okay, not a whole lot going on there, but Netflix trying to turn right now. So shorts are covering. That's what I would look at this as, shorts covering. Nothing mysterious going on. Did move lower, so shorts are covering. They're taking their profits off. I don't blame them. Markets have been ripe for taking profits quickly during the day. Okay, there goes Netflix coming off the low. RXT. Rackspace, no follow through yet. Rackspace. Okay. Tesla. Still not giving us the follow through I was looking for earlier today. Mondo made some money on the put side early. IWM, I've been watching IWM as well. That dipped a little bit today, but it looks pretty good. It's at the high. All right, it's trying to break higher. Pressing that upper Bollinger Band. What we need, if you're trading IWM, you need the 10-year yield to back off. 10-year yield needs to keep backing off. It did bounce a little bit intraday, so I'm not surprised that IWM gave a little bit back. Okay, junk bonds, we want junk bonds. If you're trading equities at all, okay, you want to be paying attention to junk bonds. Okay, junk bonds. Okay, junk needs to be moving higher. Okay, we have buyers at the low of the day. For the past 5 trading days, buyers keep showing up. So we're looking for this to push higher. Not a tremendous amount of volume. So what this tells me is while there is a little bit of risk on, they're not piling in. With the S&P at highs, the risk is getting greater for a pullback. Obviously, 9 weeks higher. I mean, how much more can this do this, right? We got a doji on the weekly now, up 20% basically.
There's a series of different issues here, starting with the idea that there would be only one college transfer per athlete without penalty. The penalty meaning that they would need to sit out a year or there would be some sort of delay before starting next season. That would be a big change. Right now, athletes can sort of hop from school to school every year.
All right, so the weekly looks good, 9 weeks up. Okay. So we're below yesterday's high. And we're only up like 5 handles or whatever the hell it is. Not even that right now. So can we consolidate up here? A lot of people think that we're going to move a bit lower. So taking some profits off the table make a lot of sense. And to strengthen, then we'll just day trade a lot until we get some sort of inflection point. Junk bonds looking okay.
Restore some sense of normalcy, and certainly golf did another job, and his then former program obviously was playing for a national championship. The other one too that needs to be discussed is a possible salary cap, which is included in this legislation, given where the NIL conversation has gone and the arms race that has taken place. That is significant. Yeah, I think the issue with the salary cap, though, is still, and in fact, I would say this may be the weakness to this new legislation, is that there's only so much you can do from a Congress standpoint within the guardrails that were set up by the Supreme Court that basically allowed these sort of third-party.
Okay. New York Fang, of course, having a good day to start and to finish. Okay, we're still pushing higher. We're at new all-time highs. Trending 921.50 up and to the right. Notice the 50 200-day cross on the New York Fang Index. It's noteworthy. MACD, stochastics, RSI all rising. So the strength of the trend is persistent. So we should see a follow through, I would think, tomorrow. So 9 weeks up, 9 weeks up. That's you have to go back to 2023 to see 9 weeks in a row. Okay, you have to go back to 2023 over here. Towards the end of the year, when it started in October, we had 9 weeks straight up. Okay, off the low that we produced in October. If you recall, we also bought TRBCX at the same time. For the same reasons, it moved above the 10 EMA. Once a stock or an ETF moves above the 10 EMA, here's the 2022. I'm sorry, 2022 is when we bought this, moved above the 10 EMA. And from that point on, over 182% gain to date. Okay, we've had a few pullbacks where we adjusted our positions and then rebought. So it looks good. Looks good. I'm sorry, Microsoft turning over a little bit right here. Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft just rolled over a bit. Okay, so people are taking profits off the table. We got 24 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Micron, what are you doing, Micron? Okay, so I wanted to get into some Micron. I'm not going to do it today. Meta, huge move on Meta. That's crazy. All right, so I hope everyone's having a good evening. It's been quite a trading day. For those of you that have been active, I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Wednesday, May 27th, with 23 minutes, 40 seconds to go in this trading session. Let me just do one little query right here, see what's going on. Trading view. Okay. Meta. Meta. Okay, that's going. I'm headed back up to the highs. Meta. Let me just check Meta here. Meta. All right, headed back up to the highs. Meta is looking pretty strong. I took some profits off. I'll do a little bit of analysis this overnight tonight. See if we want to do something else longer term with Meta. I have FBL shares, so that's appreciating in price too. There we go. That's what I wanted to see. That's not exactly what I wanted to see, is it? What is this? I'm just talking to myself. Don't mind me. Okay. All right. So Meta's trying to get back up to the highs. Netflix turned the corner. Apple pulled back a bit. Microsoft just dipped again. Very active, Microsoft. Feels like dealers and market makers are doing something with Microsoft. Lots of option volume today. Okay, big whippy price action. Just above VWAP. Okay, so it's been whipping around a lot today. Microsoft.
I think that's something where the stock is not reflecting. you got 900 outperform. You mentioned investors want to see it. Do users want to see it? Are they going to be willing to pay it? We're only talking about what seems to be, according to some of the reporting here, $3 to $4 a month for a sub for Insta, Facebook, and WhatsApp.
Yeah, you start to get any sort of adoption. You start to now look at revenues that could be up 2, 3, 4%, and then so on as the adoption curve increases. So I think it's something that investors are not really factoring in that they were going to do something like this. I think from a timing perspective, it's maybe come earlier. It shows a confidence in terms of their ability to roll it out. And look, this is going to just be a continued narrative, whether it's Microsoft, whether it's Meta, whether it's Apple. How are you going to monetize AI? Chip companies are showing how they're going to monetize, just like software.
Yeah, but you're talking.
Meta turning back up.
You say it reflects a confidence on their part to do this. Some may look at this and suggest that it shows they're a little late to the game on how they're going to monetize AI beyond their core ad business, and you're just throwing a bunch of stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks. Because Zuckerberg apparently at the shareholder meeting also said, or at least he opened the door for a cloud business. Is that a moonshot or is that legit?
Look, I think cloud, obviously, that could be maybe a bit more of a moonshot, but to me, it's okay. How do you slow
Okay, there goes Meta starting to turn back up as Stan Ives continues to talk about it. Meta's turning back up. Meta. Okay, so that is a hell of a move today. Look at the 50-day over there on the right. That move through the 50-day was massive. Volume well above average compared to the last few weeks. 17 minutes, 50 seconds to go.
Well, let me ask you this, because as you were talking, I was looking at stock, so it's down almost 4% year to date. How much pressure do you think they're feeling inside that building? And how much pressure is he feeling?
How does he know? How does he know what they're feeling over at Meta?
Because outside of Microsoft, which is down as well on the year, everything else seems like it's a pretty good story to tell. Outside of these two,
pressure is definitely building because when you're spending 120, 130 billion from a capex perspective, they need to now show. And I think that the wake-up call was the last earnings call, because when you contrast that with Amazon and obviously others, for Meta, that's kind of putting Meta in the investor penalty box. You got to start to show it. Next 2 or 3 quarters, this stock's either at 750, 800, or it's where it is or lower. The point is, this is kind of a fork in the road period, in my opinion, for Meta, but a step in the right direction in terms of the rolling.
No, but they keep finding themselves in the penalty box. You know what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't just after this last quarter. It was like 2 quarters ago, they were in the penalty box with a major penalty before. Like, they can't stay out of the box. How do they stay out of the box?
Look, and I think for them, that's the quagmire, because they're trying to really turn around a cargo ship in a river. I mean, they're trying to make a massive transformation while investors are obviously watching every single move. When you think about the hyperscalers or chip companies, they're kind of front and center in terms of ones that are going to benefit from AI. Meta, we'll see Apple in a few weeks. You look at Microsoft when it comes to, one where it's still guilty till proven innocent.
Looks like Meta wants to keep going. Meta looks good.
Real quick. Apple, new high. You just mentioned WWDC will be there, so that stock's up. And how much pressure is on Salesforce tonight with their earnings?
I mean, from a pressure level, if there's pressure on Meta, there's even double the pressure on Benioff and Salesforce, because it comes back to backs against the wall. I think they ultimately start from an agent force perspective. Can you get that over, ultimately to a point where it could be 3-4% of revenue? But this is a proven period. Look at Z's how out on the other side. That's why fork in the road period for tech. Key few months ahead. Key earnings night ahead for software.
All right, Benioff on Mad Money tonight. Snowflake on with Jim. Covered a lot. Thank you. And Dan Ives. Coming up next, we got the biggest movers as we head into the close today. What looks to be a record setter for Christina Partsinevelos has that for us. What do you see?
And we have some retailers climbing on some earnings surprises, and one casino stock getting a big.
All right, we've got 14 minutes, 40 seconds to go. $14 minutes, 30 seconds to go. All right, Meta's back up to the highs. Intel, okay. Supermicro, let me take a look at Supermicro. All right, that's above the 200-day over there on the right. Supermicro. Buyers at the low of the day, looking for this to follow through and head towards 45. Supermicro. SoFi, that's another one. SoFi, that's one that Grover had identified for the size of the position that BlackRock had, right? BlackRock. I have a very large position in SoFi. It's trading down here near the lows. Why does that matter? Well, it looks like a base to me. You think they're thinking about losing money on this one? I don't know. I got a feeling this is going to be moving higher. That said, I want to see price action move above the 50-day. It's been basing down here. SoFi. All right, so we bought December. What did we buy? SoFi. We bought 2028. The June 2028 20 call. So the 20 is up here. Okay, so a 20 call for SoFi. That's got to be about a 40 delta or better, right? SoFi. Let me just double check this. SoFi, June of 2028. That is I'm sorry, that's a 64 delta. And there's 25,000 contracts at that level. The 20 strike call for June of 2028. So once this starts going, it'll be like Nike. Remember Nike? We were looking at Nike to get going. Nike, I didn't want to buy the high of the day with Nike or add to it because I felt like this was going to get rejected by the 50-day. It did, in fact, get rejected. So I'm looking for this to pull back in a little bit and then follow through. Nike, very similar idea. Double bottom, put a stop underneath. In this case, 41. Look for it to break to the upside. Nike. So you got your little dip in Nike. I might actually add back to Nike. Nike is at the low here. Do I want to do it? Nike. It's at the low. Let me see what the options look like on Nike. See if there's any flow at all. Nike has a lot. There's a lot of flow at the 52 strike. That's way out of the money. At the 47.50 strike. Okay. At the 45 strike, that makes more sense. 45, that's close to the money. The 45 strike is a 60 delta. Those are going for $2. 45. 45 for June.
But shares are still having their best days since November, again up 10%. And MGM shares are climbing on an upgrade to overweight from neutral. JP Morgan, the firm says Las Vegas strip growth should improve in the coming months as U.S. leisure travel remains resilient.
Nike to 45 strike. Okay, let's see what this, let's see how much this open interest hangs out here. Okay, I'll take a snapshot of that. I'm going to add to the 45. The June 45 strike calls. I'm going to add to that one. Probably tomorrow. I'm going to see if this open interest carries over. That would mean they would have 34,000 in open interest at the 45 strike. So Nike, I'm thinking about adding to it. I have some 45s for June. But I just want to see if this open interest carries forward because 6,200 contracts traded today at the 45 strike for Nike, June 18th. 6,240 options traded against 2,800 in open interest. I want to see if that carries over most of this. If it does, then I'll add to it tomorrow. Nike. Okay, Nike's starting to come off the low. Nike's starting to come off the low. All right, that looks pretty good. Nike. Short covering. Nike. Nike short covering. Nike. Let's see what you got here. Adam Mancini. Okay, what are we doing here? S&P. Let me just look at the S&P. S&P. SPX. Okay, nice little bounce there, S&P. Okay, buyers at the low of the day. That looks good. So $3.84. What's IWM? I like to do something with IWM. Buyers at the low of the day for IWM. A little bit. Looking for this to get back. I have the 29300 strike calls for IWM. Okay, there goes Intel, pushing a bit higher. Intel.
It is time for the closing bell market zone. Mike Santoli and Northern Trust, Joe Tenney is here to break down these crucial moments of the trading day. Oliver Rennick standing by live from Cboe Global Markets in Chicago.
Intel rising. What's that? What is that? Rumble moving back up to $9.72.
You're starting to see a few more signs of just some of the leadership areas being a bit tired and not able to really push ahead. Today, though, managed to get some of the things like depressed cyclicals in play, especially on the consumer side.
All right, Apple just popped up a little short covering on Apple. Just view this as short covering at the low. Okay. Okay, where's Oracle? Oracle. Let me see what Oracle's doing here. 190.
Software, obviously we have the big reports coming, but also the Zscaler miss and the huge sell-off there. We have an analyst talking about the cyber stocks and as well as Salesforce and Snowflake.
Good stuff. Look forward to that. We'll see you in just a bit. That's Mike Santoli to Oliver at the Cboe. Who's looking at the Russell and small caps?
Okay, we've got Apple turning back up. Apple from the low. Apple. Okay, there goes Super Micro turning back up. Apple turning back up. Off the low, short covering.
And 70,000 more puts were bought than sold. This could reflect interest rate nerves, which tend to have an outsized impact on this group. But bonds are on a 6-day win streak, and the action in TLT is not outwardly bearish. But we do get inflation, GDP, and jobs data tomorrow. And perhaps the message here is that if you think stocks need to cool down, the small caps might be the most at risk. One standout trade for you, an $8 million put spread buying the 277, selling the 271 strikes, looking for a 7% slide through mid-June, Scott.
Okay, Oliver, thank you. Oliver Rennick, it is a very big earnings evening. Seema, you first on CRM and Snow.
Listen, Scott, I think a lot of the focus really will be on Salesforce given the depressed performance in recent months. CEO Mark Benioff needs to improve three things, right? First and foremost, more enterprise wins.
Nike pushing higher. Nike coming off the low here. Nike. Big move for Nike. Look at that volume on Nike. Tesla. Tesla.
Shares are trading at a steep discount as we've been discussing today. 13 times earnings. Its 10-year average is around 40. So the bar is a bit lower right now as we wait for more details.
Got 3 minutes, 10 seconds to go. 3 minutes. Intel turning back up. Okay, Intel's starting to turn up. Looks like short covering on Intel. Didn't get it to drop any lower. So Intel's got some bullish price action. Okay, back above VWAP at standard deviation 1 plus. If you look over on the right side, you can see that for the last 5 trading days, once we got above the 9 EMA, that dark blue line, buyers kept stepping up at the low of the day, which is good. That's bullish. Looking for a follow through. And you can see volume starting to pick up end of day. Volume starting to pick up here. Intel. Apple turning back up. With 2 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Apple turning back up. Okay, Microsoft, a little bit of a slippage there. Meta, hanging out at the highs. Meta. Okay.
I think we are on pace for this record close. There's clearly a lot of momentum behind this market rally, but I'll go back to our position at the very beginning of this year. We were of the view that heading into 2026, you can no longer rely on multiple expansion. We're at this point in the cycle where you have to start seeing the fundamentals, you have to start seeing earnings do the heavy lifting. And what have we observed so far? Again, we're heading into records, but it's important to remember here that multiples have actually compressed.
Amazon's about to break out here, looks like. Amazon looks like it wants to keep going. Okay, one more day, Amazon. Can we retest the highs? Amazon going? Amazon keeps going here into the bell. Apple too. There goes Intel. Intel starting to get something going here. Intel. Okay, that looks good. All right, so 40 seconds to go. All right, folks, I got a hard stop at 4 o'clock. I hope everyone has a great evening. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. With 25 seconds to go, it is Wednesday, May 27th. As we approach the closing bell, hope everyone had a good day. Caterpillar closing strong. Caterpillar. Cat. Looks good. And that's a wrap. That's a wrap. Let's see what Caterpillar looks like. Caterpillar. Okay, nice little strong close there off the 9 EMA. 21-day 9 EMA right in the same spot. Caterpillar Look for a follow through tomorrow. Have a great evening, everyone. Take care. I'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.